Welcome to the second Rhenium Seminar in the green hydrogen industry. We're at Molymet, a Chilean company that is a world leading in processing of rhenium and molybdenum. In order to start the seminar, I would like to introduce you Macarena Rubilar Fuentes, researcher from the R&D department, part of the market development vice president of Molymet, who will be with us for the whole morning to present and introduce our presenters and speakers. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second Rhenium Seminar in the industry of green hydrogen, where we will be celebrating the 100 years since the discovery of this extraordinary metal. We are going to reflect not only on the scientific and technological advances allowed by Rhenium, but also we will focus on the impact and sustainability. These seminars will be transmitted through our YouTube channel, Grupo Molymet, and through our site, molymet.com. We really thank all our virtual audiences and greet you very warmly. We are happy to have very important, outstanding researchers, both national and international, and we really thank you for your commitment of your presence here and the commitment with the Rhenium industry. We also thank our Vice President's team led by our Executive President, Mr. Edgar Pape. Well, to continue, 2025 has been a very important year for us. It's not only 100 years of Rhenium, we're celebrating that, but also we're celebrating 50 years from the foundation of our own company. Through this half century of life, Molymet has taken up on the commitment of Rhenium and molybdenum globally. And this has been done through constant innovation, promoting solutions that respond and meet to current challenges with a view for the future. Next, I would like you to present you with a very key figure in the recent history of Molymet. Please give a warm round of applause to our Executive President, Edgar Pape. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for coming. For the people who are here in our offices and our premises in the southern part of Santiago, in Nos, as you can see. Many of you maybe have never been here before. And here in this part of the city of Santiago de Chile, we are very privileged to be able to process and have the biggest industrial facilities around the world, mostly, and surrounded by green areas. We have around 120 hectares of walnut trees, and that makes us have a very important look through the environment, which is something we are going to talk about this day. I'm very honored to welcome you to this second Rhenium Seminar in Molymet, which we have organized to reflect on the impact of this extraordinary metal and the environmental challenges that we are facing. And before we start, I want to thank for each of our speakers' presence, and I want to mainly focus on the relevance of this topic that can really make a difference in the future of our planet. We're living in a very challenging time, a turning point in our history. We are facing the most important environmental challenge humanity has ever faced, the need to change our economies, our industries, our ways of life in order to drastically reduce the emissions, carbon emissions. This challenge compels us to act quickly and swiftly, and makes us think with a commitment to the future, which is something that characterizes our company at Molymet. Rhenium emerges as a key element to the transition for a cleaner and more sustainable world. And as many of us know, the properties are exceptional. The extreme resistance to high temperatures and capacity to improve efficiency in industrial processes. All these turn rhenium into a strategic metal for many technologies already existing and for many technologies that will exist in the future and that we will be needing in the next years. From aviation turbines, reduce consumption, fuel consumption, to catalyzers for production of cleaner fuel. Rhenium has a fundamental role in global efforts to combat climate change. In our country, Chile, we are in a position that is privileged. We are the biggest producer of rhenium around the world, and this is not a competitive advantage, but also a great responsibility that is in our hands. In Molymet, we understand this leadership comes with a commitment of being a company not only processing metals, well quality, but also a company that needs to worry about the impact of the activities in people, in communities, and in the environment. Molymet will be turning 50 this year, 2025, and is half a century where we've been working through excellence and innovation and sustainability. A very important group of leaders who have been working in this company for a while now. The Vice President of Market Development, Gonzalo's more than 20 years, and I'm here also for more than 20 years. From our operations in Chile and productive subsidiaries in Germany, Mexico, we have always kept a view from our roots, and it's also allowed us to build solid long-term relationship with the communities where we operate. We firmly believe that industrial development needs to go hand in hand with human development, and we're working for our positive impact to go beyond the results of the economy. And this commitment with our communities is integral part of our mission. In each one of our initiatives, we try to promote well-being, inclusion, and sustainability, starting from education and environmental projects through alliances with academics and research institutes. Molymet promotes and helps develop locally and globally. We are renewing our commitment with knowledge and excellence. We have convened very outstanding researchers like you and experts like you to share the advances and perspective on properties and applications of rhenium and the role of this metal in the future world. This event is not only an opportunity to learn about this extraordinary metal, but also to reflect on how science, technology, and innovation can help us face great challenges in our era. I'm sure that the presentations today and conversations will be inspiring and revealing for you. We are going to be challenged by them, of course, and each one of you has a key role in this process, from research, from industrial applications, from the education, or in international collaboration. At Molymet, we are convinced that only working together we are able to maximize the positive impact of rhenium in sustainable development and in the improvement of the quality of life around the world. I want to thank again everybody who are here with us, the speakers who are going to share their experience with us, and all the market development areas and communications area of Molymet that have allowed us to organize this seminar. Your contribution is only not enriching this event, but also enforces and reinforces the purpose of advancing towards a more cleaner and more responsible future. I want to point out that rhenium during these 50 years has surprised us as company. We have seen that some researchers around the world, some companies around the world, have discovered somehow that different things about rhenium and developing new application products, and they have knocked on our door, and sometimes we have met them by chance, and that has helped us think that rhenium will be a very transformative aspect, and beyond this area will help improving the quality of life of people, even for the health issues. I really welcome you and take advantage of this day. I hope this seminar is a meeting point that can inspire new ideas, promote collaboration, and make us a step closer to provide for sustainable development of our world. I know we will be having more people in the third and fourth seminar, because we will be meeting people who feel really responsible for the future, and Rhenium will be a very useful tool for this. Thank you very much. Welcome to our house.
I now have into context for that the next audiovisual piece. Millions of years ago, and we will follow on. The first presentation, I'm pleased to present my colleague Christian Pizarro. He's civil engineer and master's in industrial engineering. He has more than 10 years in Molinet and has worked in research and development direction, and recently he's developing markets specialized in Rhenium products. Today we will talk about how market development is promoting opportunities for Rhenium, focusing on key offers like oxygen, hydrogen, and emerging technologies. Christian, the floor is yours. Hello, good day to everybody. Thank you for coming. I'm going to talk about the progress we've had in development of rhenium catalyzer for the production of green hydrogen. The agenda in this presentation considers talking about MolymetScience, a presentation of market development that we've carried out for rhenium. I will explain why rhenium is useful for green hydrogen, and I will talk about other works in the short and medium term that will be developing. Molymet is the world leader in processing and trading of molybdenum and rhenium. Molymet have 35% of global processing capacity and 70% of global rhenium production. Molymet has a unique geographical distribution. We have production capacity in China, Mexico, Chile, and commercial offices in Chile, UK, US, China, Brazil. As said, today, 2025, we are 50 years in from its first operations, always having molybdenum operations leading this. Regarding our products, we offer technical grade ferromolybdenum and pure molybdenum and metallic molybdenum used in steel, fertilizers and lubrications. Regarding our rhenium products, main market is for technical molybdenum, ferrous molybdenum, and these are used in super alloys. And it's necessary to say that Molymet has been a strategic partner for decades for turbine producing companies, airplane turbine producing companies, because these include rhenium in the turbine blades. What is the seal about Molymet? It offers services and flexible businesses to their clients. Our products are high quality, highly challenging, and sustainability is an essential part of our brief. Anti-Global, SP Global awarded us as one of the most sustainable companies within the industry. That certification. The market development program for rhenium has as aim to promote new uses for rhenium outside the traditional industry brief. We have to detect new opportunities in the development of this metal and to show that Molymet may provide rhenium at long term with precision. What is our work philosophy? First, provide technical support to our clients. Second, to research internally and to collaborate with companies, universities, institutions who are working in research. We participate actively in conferences and seminars, and we have a program of investments. What are our criteria to assess these investment programs? First, initiatives have to fulfill technical aspects and volume aspects, and priority is given that these ideas align with our strategy and with our world trends in decarbonization, renewable energies, and circular and safe economies. Now I will explain why rhenium is important for green hydrogen. First, we have to ask why green hydrogen. Because hydrogen is key for global decarbonization. According to the United Nations, countries must decrease by half their CO2 emissions regarding the 2010 emissions in order to maintain temperatures, world temperatures stable. For these, we have 4 pillars in order to attain this. As you can see here, energy efficiency, industrial electrification, the use of low carbon fuels, and the carbon capture, use and storage. In these 4 pillars, hydrogen can have an important role to play, because if we use as fuel, it's going to not emit any CO2 to the environment. And if it's used with renewable energies, the total emissions given the use of this green hydrogen is zero. The CO2 emission will be zero. According to this context, in accordance with the context of decarbonization and hydrogen, what's Chile doing? Chile is interested in promoting the creation of new products with several value-added products. In order to do this, it developed a green hydrogen strategy, a national strategy, where the main strategic advantage are that it's solar energy production potential. This has that hydrogen leaders would be making the most competitive in the world. Additionally, into this strategy, we've had the basis to fund of green hydrogen products towards companies. We have detected opportunity here for Rhenium because first, in Chile, is the main producer of Rhenium in the world. Second, because according to CEDENNA, it classified Rhenium as a category 1 metal, which would makes it essential for future developments in energy transfers or energy development and future projects in this regard. Other metals that fall in this category are molybdenum, copper, and lithium. So, additionally, we know that Rhenium has been used for more than 70 years as a catalyst in different industrial processes. So it will be possible to use these characteristics in the industry of in the green hydrogen industry. Let's see. First, we have to decide how is hydrogen produced. It's produced just one of 2 ways. First, the processing of fossil fuels where CO2 is emitted. Secondly, it's produced through water electrolysis, where electrolyzers are used in order to carry out this process. The technology currently most used is the alkaline technology at its cheapest and has, let's say, certain inconveniences where that it requires stable energy supply. Other as a PEM, IM, and a SOEC. The PEM is the most flexible to date, also traded, and we have to say that in all technologies we need a catalyzer for these 2 processes to be more efficient. Now, if we center on PEM emerging technology, this uses iridium in its anode and platinum in its cathode as catalyzers. The inconvenience of these metals is that they are very scarce and very expensive. And also here we have a hypothesis that Rhenium can replace platinum in Catholic cathodes, replacing that. Why are we sure of this? Because the scientific evidence that has demonstrated that Rhenium can replace platinum in these cathodes. As you can see by the orange line, the production has been increasing in these years, in 2024 to 30%, rise to 30% from 10%. Molymet has been promoting the use of Rhenium in the green hydrogen industry. We have to state the competitive advantages of Rhenium versus platinum and iridium. Firstly, sustainability. Iridium is a subproduct of copper processing. Also, there is very developed industry in recycling, which allows for circular economy regarding Rhenium. And also, there is diversity in the supply of Rhenium. Apart from being produced in Chile, Rhenium is also produced in North America, Europe, and Asia. And as you can see, in order to produce 1 kilo of rhenium, we liberate 511 kilos of CO2. This is 73 times less in order to produce platinum, and 154 times less than iridium. Also, the rhenium has properties which are electrochemical properties, which are interesting. Of note, these are very important for the production of hydrogen in catalyzers. In these graphs, platinum and rhenium are always very much together, indicating a similar behavior in the hydrogen evolution, hydrogen producing reactions. And finally, the price of rhenium is 30 times less than platinum and 150 times less than iridium. If you do an exercise of half of what the electrolyzer, this would use a platinum catalyzer, which would cost $30,000. So, in accordance to all this information, how have we demonstrated that rhenium can be useful for green hydrogen industries? Firstly, in 2019, we carried out the first Rhenium Challenge, whose aim was to promote studies or research into new rhenium applications focused in green hydrogen industry. 38 companies participated, of which 4 were rewarded or awarded. In 2020, the first seminar of Rhenium, which some of you participated, this seminar has as its aim to promote the cooperation network between Molymet and others. In 2021, we participated in seminars and conferences, and this is an example of our participation in MMTA, which carried out in England, and which must say that always throughout this time we worked in cooperation with very many research institutions and universities in order to develop catalyzers. In 2022, together with Paulo, we synthesized the first catalyzer based on rhenium. In 2023, Molymet carried out the purchase of electrolyzers to Cypher company. One is present in the market. The second has the main characteristic that it will be the first in using electrolyzer based on rhenium in its startup. In 2024, together with Alberta University and with Cypher Neutron, we tested this catalyzer in a stack arrangement whose results were very promising, and this catalyzer is the one that's going to be used, this Pheneutron, in electrolyzers, which is going to reach us. These electrolyzers are going to be here in the first semester, operating hopefully in the Molymet plant itself. Now, also in 2024, we also did a China scoping, whose objective was to detect those companies that work in green hydrogen industry. We found 150 potential institutions whose results is that in 2025, we will be working and cooperating with 3 of them. What has been our achievements given our research? First, we have to say that rhenium, we found a new place for rhenium in the world. We found that the properties, electrocatalytic properties, are useful to produce hydrogen. Also, we found that there's a big interest in academia and in companies in this catalyzer, because obviously it's more sustainable, much cheaper than platinum. Also, talking about catalyzers that we've managed to study thoroughly, these catalyzers, we've tested them in basic and alkaline and acidic environments, and they require some use or some further work that will be carried out in 2025 this year. For the alkaline environment, we've managed to study a catalyzer, 25% rhenium, 25 platinum, and a carbon support. And as you can see here in the red and blue line, the electrochemical behavior of this catalyzer based on rhenium is similar to the behavior seen by the catalyst based on platinum, and which is present commercially. In an acid environment, our catalyzers that we tested as 50% of rhenium, 50% platinum, on a carbon support. And you can see here on the blue and black line, the catalyzer based on rhenium behaves very similar to the commercial catalyzer based on platinum. And so, based on this, what do we want to do in our future work? First, in the short term, we have the first company that commercializes an electrolyzer that uses a catalyzer based on rhenium. To do this, for this, in 2025, as mentioned already, we will optimize the what we've studied, and then we can scale up its behavior at pilot and industrial level. Additionally, we want to create conditions such that Molymet becomes a relevant actor in the green hydrogen in both national and international. In order to do this, we have to Rhenium Valley, which will be funded by private capital, and call for funding mechanisms in order to draw in emerging companies to dedicate themselves in the study of rhenium, whose aim is to offer these products for the decarbonization industry, and for the green hydrogen industry, always with the Molymet support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, the first presentation of will be from Néstor Escalona, who is chemist and doctor in chemistry, PhD in chemistry in the University of Santiago, and he's professor at the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. Over 120 articles published, and an incredible career in research. Dr. Escalona is also leading the Nuclear Millennium in Catalytic Processes for Sustainable Chemistry, CCSC. His work is mainly focused on the biomass transformation, and he will be presenting his research on the role of rhenium in the transition to a more sustainable chemistry and future applications. With you, we have Dr. Escalona. The stage is yours. You hear? Yes. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation, Molymet, and it's a pleasure to be here. It's the second time I come here for this Rhenium lecture. What I'm going to do today is a story of my more than 25 years of research around that, a long time, on when I started to work in rhenium, without knowing that Molymet was also interesting. Somehow we got together, and Molymet is supporting this, and I'm going to talk about I like the graphics, and I want to show you this. This is the motivation. This is a paper of the 80s, 81, when they showed essentially how some molecules or atoms, osmium, iridium, that were transforming or bringing out the sulfur molecules in cobalt molybdenum catalyst. As you see, this curve, this Cianelli curve, as I told you in the 80s, showed that some metals, especially molybdenum there, and rhenium was in between. So the idea is to take diesel that has sulfur through a hydrodisulfuration of oil. Catalyzers bring out the sulfur from oil. Diesel doesn't have to have sulfur, because sulfur will be venomous for catalysts. So the idea was, this is a nice curve. This is rhenium. Why don't we do research about rhenium? And this is in 2000, where we started working in creating catalysts, rhenium-based catalysts, different from the nickel molybdenum This is the beginning of the work, and this is some chemistry to show you that we work in chemistry. So the good thing about this, if you look at this sulfur molecule up there, sulfur molecule, and here you don't have the sulfur molecule. Take the sulfur out from a molecule that is essentially bringing this in this. I wanted to do this with a modern molecule using rhenium. If we look at the left graph, we compare the molybdenum, nickel molybdenum catalyst and the content of rhenium regarding a unit which is how much better and thiophenes is a modern molecule. If we look at the 2.7 atoms of rhenium by square nanometer, and we use a porous material, we got a much more active catalyzer. Now it's working very good, and the catalyzer was sulfur in a different way. You start with ammonium permanganate, you do the sulfur, you have rhenium sulfur instead of sulfur in sulfuric with hydrogen. We just did it in nitrogen sulfuric, and we got a specific catalyzer in specific conditions. We wanted to publish this, of course, as we do as academia, is publishing and publishing and publishing, and many of these things maybe we will use it or not. And we were able to create an active catalyzer in conditions that the industry had never tried before. And I'm trying to think, how is this rhenium sulfur? How did we did a review on this electronic microscope. There was a very little in literature about rhenium sulfide, and it was important to have plates, and the plates had very specific properties. These are stacking of these plates. Time passed, we did a lot of publications about rhenium sulfide, and we changed to the sustainable part. We said, if rhenium is so good to remove sulfide from diesel, could we use it? Could we use the physical chemical properties to create other innovative reactions? And like 15 years ago, we started with the following idea. Nowadays, we know that we depend 100% of diesel to obtain fuel, jet fuel, diesel. We depend on oil. So we have to crack the molecules. And as you see, the parts up there, some of them need to be hydrogens. Okay. But if we want chemical products, we go down. Oil, which are alkanols, isoalkanes, we have to add things. With oil, it doesn't have phenols. So it means that oil, the molecules, need to go through a stage for phenol. So those letters down are chemical processes that we need to do in the oil molecules to turn them into added value products. So we depend on oil 100%, of course, but we have biomass. And from biomass, the process is all the way down. From biomass, we're going to explain that. It can be lignins, cellulose, etc. What you can do is depolymerize, and it has several interesting molecules because they are rich in oxygenated compost. Different from oil that has no oxygenated compost. If I have these molecules from biomass and I want to transform that into fuel, jet fuel, I have to take the oxygen out in hydrodeoxygenation processes. Yeah, chemists like these names, right? Deoxygenation to transform it into gasoline. But this is the opposite from refining and biorefining. They're opposites. So the interesting thing is, well, if rhenium-based catalysts are very good for oil industry, why can't we think that they could work for biorefinery, which is the future? industry. There are several companies that are working on this, especially in the jet fuel synthesis, where I think rhenium has a very important role because the attractive properties are very good. It's a very quick thing. This is biomass, very complex molecules. But if you focus around one molecule, one of the attractive things, lignins, they have aromatic compounds, aromatic substances, which are very attractive. If the catalyzer could take out could break all and get only benzene or phenol. Let's see what rhenium does. If we think from biomass, you can take many interesting toluene, benzene, cycloxane, methyl cyclohexane. So this biomass is a substitute of oil, but we need to generate the basic science and explore the concept of which catalyst is better to turn the molecules into added value molecules. And we have gone through a lot of study of rhenium for everything. We started with rhenium sulfur, we worked with oil, HDN, and then we went to, because this is a combination which is a bit dangerous, and we have worked with several other molecules which from biomass, guaiaco, phenol, livolinic acid, succinic acid, in order to test these metal phases. ReOx, ReC, Ren, we have working with rhenium promoter or rhenium promoter. We are working in the production of hydrogen in aqueous medium, and we're working the synthesis of aviation fuel using rhenium. Let's see a bit of history. We started with the first molecule, guaiaco, from biomass, and we wanted to transform this into better added value product. We released this paper in 2015, and we were looking for a good catalyzer. We started with rhenium sulfide, and we compared it with nickel, molybdenum, sulfur. In the case of diesel, it was good, but for biomass molecules, it wasn't so good. Then metallic rhenium also wasn't so good. We have to see the red bar is an important one. What about rhenium oxide? Rhenium oxide was great. It was rhenium oxide, and I changed. I put sulfide out, metallic out. I stuck with rhenium oxide. Oxidation 7, quite a high oxidation. In an oxygen environment, it generates a lot of vacancies. Now we understand what is so good. Those vacancies left are extremely active in terms of catalysts. So that's why this rhenium oxide, we're applying it after many reactions. Look, if we continue with this idea of doing the different conditions, but this is a paper that in 2010, before 2015, we didn't consider rhenium sulfur was so good. We worked with nitrogen, and what you see here is a bit better, but it depends on the molecules itself. So we went to phenol. Taking phenol and transforming phenol in a higher value product. What we have been always playing with is to take the active phase, which is rhenium, and changing the support, changing the balance. Some are alkali, some are acid. So we started to play with that, and we worked with the rhenium cobaltum catalyzer in the transformation of phenol. I want to show a general view of this. And we realized that if we look at this, these are the activities. The activities is telling you how good the catalyst is. If we work with rhenium cobalt on alumina, the catalyst is more active. And this means that not only the active phase has a very important role, but where do I deposit that is also an important thing. So all these articles we do mainly characterized by different techniques to understand why this catalyst is so good. So I want to show here that in order to transform phenol, rhenium has a great potential. Another thing we were working with was anisole. Anisole is very interesting. And we start to play with different metals, rhenium, gallium, cobaltum. Then we started to prove combinations, different combinations. Well, there are trial and error, a lot of this. And we realized that rhenium molybdenum metallic had a very high activity. If you look at the Y activities, in the Y-axis is active, the highest activity there. But interestingly, the catalyst, rhenium molybdenum catalyst, from the anisole, we have benzene, toluene, and it's selective for specific attractive molecules for the chemical industry, BDX. The others are changing, but here, depending on the property, depends on the type of metal and the type of acid alkali properties of metals. So here we have something that really was interesting and appealing. Maybe it was a mistake to publish this, but because the result was extraordinary. If you look at, if we only put rhenium in the anisole activity, the catalytic activity that I'm showing here is very small, only rhenium. It wasn't so good, but when we started to add little amounts of copper, the activity just went up, skyrocketed, and we increased speed a lot. If you look at here, the initial speed is a predictor on how good it is, and we understood that the rhenium catalyzer has potential with copper in changing the anisole molecule into other products with higher added value. The graphs show really the rhenium potential with the combination of the metals, like with copper. Phosphor, same thing. We use rhenium oxide catalyst. We mixed rhenium oxide with other non-metallic on different balances. Phosphor, another molecule with biomass, with cellulose mainly. If we work phosphor with rhenium oxide, the catalyst is very specific to transform phosphor to alkyl furfurylic, which is a very interesting product of the industry. And it doesn't go with other reactives, reagents, sorry. So the blue shows that the catalyzer on silice is very active for if we start with phosphor. So one of the main challenges of catalysis is an active catalyst is good, but if it's a selective catalyst, it's even better. So we're trying to look for both aspects. This is another paper I really loved. We were always looking for publishing, right? And this is a curve where in a extreme we have molybdenum and in the other we have rhenium, because it's a fraction. I mean, if it was zero means we have only rhenium in this case, and 1 it means only molybdenum. So when we started mixing rhenium oxide with molybdenum oxide, activity increases skyrocketing. That's synergism, which is the activity is higher than the sum of them but separately. And we created a very interesting catalyst in a journal. We published in the journal. So when we mix 50% rhenium oxide and molybdenum oxide, the catalyst is we use many techniques for doing it, but the catalyst is improving. So it's quite good. And the attractive point is that this catalyst was really selective to benzene. Means that the catalyst that we have, the molecule that is phenol up there, the catalyst, they broke the oxygen carbon, they break the links, and we have a very active catalyst and very selective catalyst to a very attractive product for the industry, which is benzene. And also, all these catalysts, now we're looking more than these technologies we're obtaining are very important for aviation fuel. Then we change to carbons. One of the problems we have with rhenium oxide, because things cannot be so wonderful, is stability. Rhenium oxide is very active, but in reaction conditions, sometimes stability changes in the oxidative state. So we wanted to have a catalyst that is less active but more stable. And one of the attractive things that we put it to carburize. There were few papers on rhenium carbure, and now we're working on these papers with some students in nitrate rhenium nitrate. Rhenium carbure is like a metal, but it's not a metal. Oxidation states between 1 and 2, very stable. And the good thing about rhenium is a very high oxidative state, but very stable. I want to have vacancies, so we have a catalyst, the rhenium catalyst, as you see the drawing there. There is a lot of active phase in between. So you start to carburize, and we go crazy carburizing. One catalyst, we optimize carburization there. If it's 500, 550, etc. We realize that at 650, the start is the catalyst activity. At 650, it's the best condition to carburization. No one has studied this before. We optimized carburization, and then we had to understand why. And then we did several techniques, and we realized that at different temperatures for carburization, we were able to get that we obtain carbure like this. Or can be oxycarbure, but this carbure, there are several types, and we realized that this catalyst is quite good. At 700 it doesn't work. We have a different at 650, and then we have replied it. We will replicate it. The catalyst is very good and selective to phenol. And then we have a summary table and rhenium oxide, as you see the curve here. 23 is speed measure is quite much better than others, and we compared it with nickel. Yes, 23 with nickel, but of course nickel is metallic state. Nickel is good, but rhenium oxide is not so bad, and especially improving with a promoter, even better than nickel. Here we have natures, and this PhD student is working on this. Rhenium natures, in case of vehicle, increases in metallic content. We have the balance. The way prove this in a transformation from vehicle, it worked 10%, 50%, 20%, and we cannot get to the plateau yet. We are up to 20%. We don't want to go beyond, but we really got a very good activity, and we realized that nature is better than carbure because it generates more phenol. It means that the nature phases with carbures, nature is more attractive. I'm going to skip that. This is another paper. You're listening, right? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So this paper here is hydrogen production, and we work APR. This is quite complex, right? Because what we do is that we hydrogenize this compound. At the same time, then we add another compound like methanol, and it generates hydrogen in situ. And the catalyst works simultaneously generating hydrogen, and the hydrogen is the molecule we're working in. So it's a bit thinking we have hydrogens that can be sustainable, not hydrogen from oil. It could be green, but if we use a catalyst that has the capacity to generate their own hydrogen and also use it in the same reaction is like one pot thing, right? So we generate, and based on this reaction, we work metallic rhenium oxide catalyst, and there is an inversion of speeds because rhenium oxide is bad at bad temperature, very good at high temperatures because it doesn't generate any vacancies. When it doesn't generate, it's bad. When it generates vacancies, it's good. So we confirm that rhenium oxide has to generate vacancies up to 250. At 250, start generating vacancies. Below that value is not so good. And we use a molecule to hydrogenize in this one-pot system. And one of the latest papers works we're doing is nickel promoter effect in rhenium-based catalysis. It's published very recently. We work with Guaiacol molecules. We work with nickel and started to promote it with nickel carburants, and then the activity increased. As you see there, as carpure. In here below, we have 3% nickel and activity increased. So rhenium can be promoted, promoted in different reactions, and in general we have published many papers on rhenium in applications in different areas, and now in the latest years we are working in something that is aviation field, because biomass will have a very important role in aviation field, and I think rhenium should have a very important role too. Thank you very much.
Now we have questions. Any questions? With what valency did you have in the catalyzers? When we started out, ammonium nitrate we used, and you impregnate it and calcinate it, very simple, and this is 100 oxidation. Now XPS is apparently not so 7, as it were, it's kind of a 6, but then I realized that it's also not a 6, it's a 7, but with that presence of oxygen, it runs as a 6, but it's a 7 that doesn't have oxygen in its surrounding. If you had 6 years ago, it would say 6, but it isn't. Now we believe it's a 7, but which doesn't have a vacancy surrounding, so that the energy runs as if it were 6. Any others? And the same reaction, you produced oxygen. What initial products did you start the reaction with? In general, in other papers that I worked, which are only in the production of hydrogen, but you can start with small molecules. Some are bigger. You can start with methanol, formic acid, liquoric acid, and we're working with these 3. It makes no sense to work with any anymore. In the generation of hydrogen in molecules that have certain biomass, you have to generate CO2, but that CO2, because from biomass, it doesn't generate more others. It's cyclic. They're not small molecules. So that type of reactions is also to do that simultaneously. You had formic acid, and then you had the other molecule. So the catalyzer transforms the formic acid, generates oxygen, and hydrogenates immediately the rest. And the process is cyclic. Yes, it's cyclic until the folic acid is formic acid. You're out of formic acid, then it's not cyclic anymore. But clearly, all those reactions that we do, is that based on pressure, high pressure, temperature. But the good thing is that much of this you can have continuous reactions. If it's continuous, then you won't have problems that it exhausts the supply. Hello, Professor. One of the catalyzers that you studied, have it become a commercial product? Any of these? Well, as you asked, in general, not rhenium. In rhenium, no. But in general, we're going to third patent now, in general. But we're trying to be able to do something interesting with rhenium, which is to be able to stabilize it, such that, what's the challenge here? We know that Rhenium 7 is very good, oxyus rhenium, but also in reaction, Rhenium 7 starts in 7, ends at a 4. So clearly the catalytic reactions, presence of hydrogen, it starts to reduce. And the challenge that we have, it becomes in 4, it starts in 7. We start working a coche system in order to stabilize it. If we do that, we'll patent it. Not yet. Because many of the things that we've done is to publish, but we have to have sufficient knowledge in order to understand the why and then protect it once we do the why. What we worked with patents is based on nickel. Any other? Very good question. We're working on that. In general, AI, machine learning, plays an important role in order to predict reactions and in order to accelerate catalytic reactions. Machine learning on its own plays an important role, but if we mix machine learning, which is a tool of AI, we mix that with theoretical calculus, which plays an important role in order to generate a great database and predict and optimize catalytic reactions. That's what comes now. That's the chemistry of the future. And are you doing that, or would you like to be there? No, we're doing that. We could talk. We could talk further on this. Any other doubts? Thank you, Doctor. Please stay here because Edgar Papa will give you a little acknowledgement. A bigger applause, please. Now we have an international guest. This is Dr. Vidinha, who is a researcher of the Campinas University in Brazil, and his work is based on production of biofuels in rhenium catalysts. Imagine the importance of the biomass reaction. Today, Vidinha will share his view on the role of transforming role of rhenium and the future applies in the field. He will join us through Zoom, so please a round of applause for him.
Buenos días, muchas gracias por la invitación para estar acá, para hablar sobre nuestro trabajo que hemos desarrollado aquí en la Universidad de San Pablo, sobre la conversión del CO2 al metanol con catalizadores Rhenium. Mi tema de mi presentación hoy día es metanol verde pavimentando el camino para soluciones sustentables. El metanol, junto con el hidrógeno y el amoníaco, es uno de los combustibles del futuro, especialmente para el transporte. Por ejemplo, el hidrógeno puede usarse directamente en celdas de combustible o pueden también el metanol se puede generar de CO2 de nitrógeno con hidrógeno que podría venir de fuentes renovables usando energía verde. Por lo tanto, el metanol se considera uno de los combustibles del futuro. ¿Y cuál es el tamaño del mercado para el metanol? Hoy en día representa 98 millones de toneladas de metanol tan solo para las aplicaciones actuales relacionadas con combustible. Y la principal aplicación del metanol hoy día es la producción de formaldehído, por ejemplo, biodiesel y aditivos para combustible, cómo se usan y representan un porcentaje pequeño, pero la idea de este mercado es aumentar en los años venideros, sobre todo si se considera uno de los combustibles usados en transporte. Y respecto del rol para el transporte, el metanol es bastante bien apreciado en respecto de la energía. No es tan bueno como la gasolina, por supuesto, pero es mejor que el hidrógeno, incluso si el hidrógeno está comprimido. Entonces, esta posición hace que el metanol sea adoptado como aditivo en Italia, por ejemplo, lo vimos antes, o incluso en China. En algunas regiones de China están ya usando el metanol como su principal combustible para transporte, para camiones, incluso algunos navíos. Es una buena cosa que está ocurriendo, porque si alguien adopta el metanol, se aumenta, y por supuesto el proceso que genera metanol también aumenta y tiene una viabilidad económica mejor. El escenario en Brasil es bastante interesante porque Brasil no produce metanol, no ha producido desde el 2017, y el mercado es pequeño comparado con el mercado mundial, pero es bastante interesante porque producemos mucho biodiesel y resinas, y importamos también el metanol, especialmente desde Costa Rica y Trinidad y Tobago. Por lo tanto, es una buena oportunidad en Brasil para producir metanol verde. El metanol puede producirse con diferentes rutas. Por supuesto, hoy en día nos interesa el metanol verde directamente desde biomasa con gasificación, y que genera sin gas, y producimos entonces un metanol verde. O también para la combinación de CO2 que viene de procesos bioprocesos como fermentación, hidrógeno verde también producido por energía renovable. Estas son diferentes formas de producir metanol verde que queremos. Por lo tanto, ¿cuál es el mejor escenario que tenemos? Es Islandia, este país en Europa que empezó unos años atrás, el 2006, con este proyecto que es producir metanol desde fuentes de geotermia, y hoy en día ellas tienen una planta de 150 casi toneladas por año, y se están expandiendo en Islandia. Y están estos volcanes y que usan esta energía, por ejemplo, usan la energía de geotermia proveniente de estas fuentes de los volcanes, y para crear el hidrógeno verde, y usan también el calor del volcán, también lo utilizan para los procesos de reacción que tienen que utilizar en los diferentes procesamientos. Islandia no es el único país, por supuesto, que está explorando el metanol. Si ven el mapa, en todo el mundo hay países que se están dedicando a la producción de metanol, que es un signo bastante interesante y bueno para estas aplicaciones específicas, y vemos muchos países aquí que ya producen también. Esta empresa CRI, que está produciendo en Islandia, también se está expandiendo en el mundo, en diferentes regiones. Por ejemplo, donde hay energía de geotermia, quieren poner su tecnología, especialmente en esta región acá, que se llama el Anillo de Fuego, donde estamos nosotros también en Chile. ¿Y cuál es el problema, sí, de poner una planta en estas regiones? A veces que hay un terremoto y después de eso la planta no puede estar ahí. En el fondo, existen muy buenos lugares para colocar las plantas, pero también tienen un grado de peligro instalar estas plantas. Entonces, nosotros en Brasil no tenemos volcanes, como en estas otras regiones. Pero lo que voy a mostrarles ahora, porque no tenemos volcanes, podemos hacer una simulación en nuestra industria de lo que sería la energía de un volcán. ¿Y qué industria estamos hablando? Es la industria del bioetanol en Brasil, que es Brasil somos los segundos productores de bioetanol en el mundo, y cada molécula de etanol que producimos, la producimos también una molécula de CO2, y este CO2 es bastante limpio. No necesita un proceso complicado para purificarse y usarse. Por ejemplo, se usa hoy en día en la industria alimenticia. Por lo tanto, es un buen CO2 para usar en procesamientos de este tipo. Y por otro lado, las métricas también son una de las más limpias en el mundo para la producción, con 85% de nuestra electricidad que se produce desde fuentes renovables. Por lo tanto, la biomasa es una fuente importante de nuestra energía total en las ciudades, que se genera la energía con algún tipo de biomasa. Caña de azúcar en general. Las plantas queman esta caña de azúcar para producir electricidad verde, y por supuesto pueden también producir hidrógeno verde, porque al generar combustión el calor se puede usar también en otros procesos. Hay diferentes drivers, impulsores para crear una conversión de CO2 que sea convertible, económicamente factible de convertir. Que hay una manera de producir hidrógeno verde. Nosotros tenemos una fuente de calor que tenemos y un CO2 más puro que también. Entonces, aquí en Brasil podemos ofrecer este tipo de energía que es simulado en un volcán. En este momento estamos produciendo 28 billones de litros de bioetanol por el año, y eso significa que producimos 20.7 o 21 millones de toneladas de CO2, que si convertimos todo este CO2 en metanol, tendríamos aproximadamente un 30% de la demanda mundial. Por supuesto, es imposible convertir todo, pero si convertimos al menos 5% de todo del CO2, del metanol, podríamos nosotros cubrir toda nuestra demanda interna. Entonces, ¿qué estamos haciendo en nuestra institución para ver respecto de estas necesidades? Estamos convirtiendo CO2 a metanol, en este caso, por supuesto, usando catalizadores basados en renio. Con óxido de renio, en este proceso particular, hacemos óxido de renio O7 y tenemos muy buenos resultados, un 98% de selectividad hacia el metanol y 18% de tasa de conversión de CO2 a 200 grados y 100 bar. Y esta es la primera, es no tan solo el catalizador, es el catalizador y el proceso que estamos trabajando, y vamos a continuar también desarrollando esto. Pero es para darles una idea y un poco más de detalle de nuestra investigación. Tenemos, por ejemplo, podemos producir catalizador de renio con partículas muy diminutas, 1 nanómetro de tamaño, y como habló Néstor respecto de la presentación que les que es lo que está en la superficie del catalizador no son tan solo renio 7 y renio 6, es una mezcla, y la mezcla es lo que creemos que hace que el catalizador funcione bien para estas reacciones particulares. Y respecto de las vacancias que hablamos, porque si tienes muchas vacancias en estos materiales, vas vas a poder convertir CO2. Y este es un porcentaje pequeño de lo que tenemos que hacer a pequeña escala, como por ejemplo reacciones de 3 centímetros o un reactor de 3 centímetros, por ejemplo. Para hacer este tipo de procesos necesitamos una escala pequeña. Los resultados que vimos, la temperatura, por supuesto, y el efecto de esto, 250 grados fue la mejor temperatura, pero también vimos la selectividad. 200 grados es el mejor compromiso entre conversión y selectividad para nosotros, porque no queremos agregar otra unidad operacional para separar CO2 de metano, para reciclar el CO2 y el hidrógeno de vuelta al reactor por la conversión, porque la conversión es casi 20%. Pero una vez que está, que es bastante interesante, les voy a mostrar más de lo que es el resultado, el efecto de la presión. El catalizador a 250 grados, vimos que si aumentamos la presión a 200 grados eran los mejores resultados. La presión junto con la temperatura tiene, por supuesto, es termodinámica, tiene un resultado específico. Si buscamos el mismo efecto, también tenemos, si aumentamos la velocidad, también podemos reconvertir más metanol. Podemos producir más metanol, pero la conversión del CO2 es más lenta. Entonces es un compromiso entre varios parámetros con los cuales se interactúa y que ahora estamos buscando la mejor forma de abordar todos los parámetros en un proceso. Una cosa que vimos, y esto es bastante interesante para este catalizador específico, con este resultado, es que como les mostré, la presión se aumenta la selectividad de CO2, pero ¿qué es lo que pasa si usamos otro tipo de presión? Cambia completamente, pero también cambia para un buen producto. Si queremos, por ejemplo, monóxido de carbono, si usamos un bar o una atmósfera, no producimos metanol, pero producimos monóxido de carbono a 200 grados. Por supuesto, si aumentas la temperatura, aumentas la producción de metano, y esto es termodinámica, por supuesto. Entonces, una cosa respecto a este catalizador, que podemos usar la presión para cambiar entre los productos y productos que son importantes. Y lo que vemos también en este trabajo es cómo se produce el metanol. Hay dos formas. Puedes usar lo que es la ruta de formato, la ruta RWGS del CO2 al metanol. Y ¿qué tipo de experimentos hicimos? Hicimos una celda infrarroja con el catalizador dentro de esta celda infrarroja y hicimos la reacción a través de la celda, y después de eso, después de pasar la reacción, esperamos que el catalizador esperamos para limpiar el gas y empieza a comer la reacción. Perdón. ¿Qué está pasando durante este proceso de calefacción? Perdón. En la superficie del catalizador, las especies podrían mostrar en esta ruta catalítica que pueden ocurrir durante esta reacción. Después de los 250 grados vemos la presencia de las especies en el catalizador. Por lo tanto, el metanol se produce desde este punto, en esta ruta, en vez porque no vemos monóxido de carbono apareciendo tanto en esa ruta. Probablemente esa es la ruta para producir el CO2. Lo que vemos también cuando cuando llegamos a la temperatura de 250 grados, vimos un aumento en monóxido de carbono, pero sabemos que también aparece metano. Probablemente esto se activa con la temperatura. Y entendemos que, por ejemplo, cuál es la ruta catalítica para llegar a la formación de metano. Entonces, más recientemente, y estamos publicando luego esta temperatura. ¿Y qué pasa? Es que con los otros resultados teníamos una reducción de 500 grados y ahora tenemos 250, 300, 350, 400, etcétera, hasta 500 grados. Y vimos que a 500 grados el catalizador llega a una conversión más alta, manteniendo la selectividad durante las mismas condiciones de reacción. De alguna forma cambiamos dentro de la temperatura de reacción, cambiamos la estructura molecular del catalizador y sabemos que también se relaciona con las vacancias y también con las especies de rhenium dentro y en la superficie del catalizador. Por lo tanto, es bastante interesante y llegamos a muy buenos resultados. Por ejemplo, la conversión más del 30% cuando usábamos, por ejemplo, el radio entre del CO2 y hidrógeno proporción 1 a 4, o cuando usábamos 20% cuando usábamos la proporción de hidrógeno y CO2 1 a 3. Entonces, y en perspectiva, usando por ejemplo uno de el mejor que encontramos, el de la temperatura más alta, algunos sí son mejores que otros según los productos, pero lo que quería mostrarles acá es que el Rhenium es un muy buen material para desarrollar catalizadores para la conversión de CO2 y puede competir con copper, zinc, aluminio, que es el catalizador comercial para esta reacción, y también puede ser más selectivo con esa ventaja. Así que estamos tratando de vender esto, que hay más reacción mejor que copper, zinc, aluminio, y puede ser una oportunidad. No solamente el renio, también es óxido de renio. O con renio también es un buen catalizador. Hay material para el futuro. Entonces, lo que pasó acá, porque hicimos esta ruta, tenemos un financiamiento de una empresa de petróleo y empezamos una empresa de startup para llevar estos desarrollos al mercado respecto de estas valorizaciones de CO2. Y nuestra visión es también transformar CO2 a un recurso que sea valioso y no contaminante. También estamos hablando de CO2 hacia metanol, CO2 a olefins, y mostramos que el Rhenium también está en este proceso. Estamos trabajando también en eso, en estos proyectos, y estamos usando el mismo enfoque porque el Rhenium es fantástico para convertir el CO2 para reaccionar. Y ahora hemos terminado recientemente los resultados en el laboratorio y empezamos, 2 años atrás empezamos en una planta piloto que vamos a terminar al final de este año. Por lo tanto, ¿qué fue lo principal que tuvimos que hacer? Fue escalar el catalizador. Fuimos escalando, en el laboratorio funcionaba bien, pero cuando aumentamos el reactor a 1/4 de pulgada a es distinto. Tenemos que ir a mejorar una técnica de peletización del material para desarrollar estos pellets de rhenium titanio, y es bastante interesante, óxido de renio y titanio y óxido de titanio. Y para completar este proceso introducimos algunas modificaciones al catalizador, que es también muy bueno, a pesar de que no es como los resultados a la escala menor, pero la planta que estamos creando en este momento es para un metro cúbico por hora. Lo que se ve en la foto es, usa un compresor, no una bomba, y esto también nos ayuda para ver el escalamiento futuro. Y esto también, la planta piloto es un esquema para un electrolizador para producir hidrógeno. Tenemos un compresor también, con compresores más grandes, y tenemos un sistema de separación de líquido y gas para separar el agua y el metanol que se producen de los gases. Y tenemos un sistema acá para analizar los gases, para reciclar, y también, por supuesto, tenemos una columna de distribución para obtener un metanol más puro. Y para mostrarles dónde empezamos, donde no teníamos mucho dinero, empezamos desde aquí. No teníamos mucho más dinero, así que teníamos un reactor y trabajamos con esto. Y a veces teníamos limitaciones en algún caso para hacer los trabajos, pero cuando tuvimos algún financiamiento pudimos adquirir más equipo y producir estos resultados que les he mostrado en el estudio. El dinero no puede comprar la felicidad, pero te puede comprar equipo, así que ya compramos equipos con más financiamiento y empezamos a crear estas plantas mejor. Cuando obtengamos más resultados, vamos a ir mejorando y mejorando también nuestros sistemas analíticos. Y hoy en día, esta es la planta donde estamos trabajando. Con el catalizador de renio pueden, para los reactores de 1 pulgada, donde podemos usar, producir litros por hora de metanol. Estamos usando estos para obtener los resultados de la cinética y la información que tenemos que tener para hacer el escalamiento a la siguiente planta. Y esto se está construyendo la infraestructura ahora, y estamos empezando a poner todas las partes juntas para la construcción, y esperamos que todo esté listo para empezar esta planta piloto, para que empecemos la producción de metanol el próximo año, o sea, este año. Este es lo que quería mostrarles y la perspectiva que tenemos en el renio. También tenemos otros proyectos donde también usamos renio y en hidrogenación con compuestos de biomasa. Néstor también habló de eso de una forma muy hermosa respecto de eso, y me encanta su trabajo, Néstor. Y por supuesto es lo que hacemos. Estamos muy contentos de colaborar con Molymet y en estos proyectos. También con el proyecto de renio. Y muchas gracias. Y este es el equipo con el que estamos trabajando. Es un gran equipo. Muchas gracias por su atención, y estoy listo si hay preguntas del público. Great round of applause for the doctor. Wow. first, we will have our first woman speaker. She's chemist and PhD in chemist in the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Valparaíso. She's working as a researcher in this university where she's leading avant-garde studies in the use of Rhenium as chemosensor. Tamara Maldonado, Dr. Tamara Maldonado will share her research on properties on Rhenium as chemosensor and how these can revolutionize chemistry in different areas. Please, Dr. Tamara. I'm going to use this microphone, okay? Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation, for the organizers, of course. I have a shorter career. I'm younger. For those who don't know me, I'm associate teacher of the University Católica of Valparaíso. My laboratory is the organometallic chemistry lab, that is in the science faculty in the Curauma campus of the university. My main lines of research. I'm going to go out of the scope. I think this is much molecular, more chemistry. We work mainly with in the design different organometallic chemistry based on rhenium, with the goal of learning about the properties, physical, chemicals, mainly focused on the development of new therapeutical agents. But considering this audience today, I want to take again some papers which are a bit older that we started to work with at the University of Santiago. I come from the University of Santiago. I worked with Fernando Godoy. He led me during the PhD, and now we work together. I'm going to focus on this, which is the design of molecular sensors. As like we have been looking in the rhenium will be in the main status as Re1, stabilized as carbonyl, with carbonyl. And if you look at the literature, we're going to find that most of these systems are based on substructures such as the ones shown in the figure number 1, where to the right side we have cytotrin, isoelectronic compound, and to have the carbonyl systems. Why are they used? Because they have an advantage, which is a very powerful advantage, which is very versatile structurally speaking. We are talking about them as building blocks. If you look at this, for cytotrin derivative with organometallic reactions, I can play with the properties of this ring, modifying the structural and electronic properties, and also I can do typical reactions of substitution reactions to modulate the system as I want. I like NN systems because they're even richer in structures, because we can play with the identity of the link. It can bidentate, tridentate. We can also play with the nature of the axial link, and as per the precursor we're working with can be anure. We can substitute by the neutral molecule, loaded or not. Maybe molecule could think of selling different type of precursors like carbonates, rhenium carbonates, because we use them a lot. And also we can have these substitution reactions to modify the properties in our system.
So, in order for these types of families, which are molecular systems, it should not be difficult to find different areas of the science, more classical photoelectrical catalysis, some sort of therapeutic systems, and here to highlight the fact that when we have systems based on rhenium, they can work on different mechanisms to photodynamic therapies coordination to the DNA. So it's very potent field, not on the fact that they have therapeutic value, but also because we can develop bioimage systems, photosensitive systems in storage of energy, in the development of LED systems, and also what I will comment today, that we worked some years ago in the development of molecular sensors, together with the USACH and with Dr. Godoy. Now, from a point of view, environmental and economic aspect, we'll always find some species which are necessary for that we carry them out. These are, we dominate like that. So these could have different chemical, organic systems, organoxenimals, isotic compounds, inorganic systems, quite simple one, like cations, some that could be very toxic, and we can have also biological, because we want to quantify neurotransmitters, proteins, drugs, etc. Now, also, you and I know that there's instrumental techniques within which we have available, some like atomic ones. These are very good ones, very good absorption atomic ICM, and we, in some cases, they may not be so convenient. We could find a second alternative. Comparatively, these techniques come very many advantages, minimum detection limits, wide detection range, but not very portable, expensive. That also, in cost, they could be important. That not easily transportable, and in some cases, even though perhaps you not associate this to we need to have to develop a system which would give me an important lead time. For example, the detection of drugs in the airport, where I detect the cocaine, give it a cobalt complex which changes the colorations. That happens. And we'll talk about that. So that's quick, you see. Now, regarding molecular systems, we're going to find some structures which are quite diverse. There's no single system which can develop this, but we had a kind of formula, a structure which is quite general. We worked a lot with that, in which we had a signal unit, using figure 2, and a receiving unit. They could be communicated through an organic space or linked directly to both units. The focus here, some years ago, was to detect ionic, metallic ions. Good receiver for that, to receive that, was the classical macrocyclus, where Perez chrome derivatives, macrocytes, mixed macrocytes, are going to have an important amount of adenoglycan or macrocycle structures. They're going to have which would have their interactions amongst themselves. Also, there are also macrocycles, also cyclodextrinas, CEDENNAs, but we started with these studies with these. So here we started with some chemiosensors, optical chemiosensors, quite simple in nature, derived from macrocyclic. I have organic chemicals which have characteristics like chromophores and optic sensors, and we wanted to compare the ferrocene with ferrocene. We know that ferrocenes had multiple positive points stable points absorbs in the visual spectrum, but also we wanted to see an effect in the cityscene, given that in the cityscene on having on carbon ions which are very biased, it has an electrovector aspect to it. So there could be some differentiations on this. We synthesized the compounds. These are not the only ones. We have, I like to show these structures here because these are very difficult to obtain, and the publication is so important. We could publish several articles with lots of molecules, which proved quite interesting. What we did to start is to measure the spectrums here, because the molecules are very similar, to have spectrum which are practically the same, except for the transmission centered on ferrocene, which gives us a reddish color. But there was not much difference to that. Small displacement, but quite similar. We started to test. We had a little less resources back then, so our set of ionic sets was much more limited than we have now, and we wanted to try these substances with alkaline cations, ferrous alkalines, cations, riches with the macrocycles, which would hope to have more selectivity. So in figure number 7, we have the spectrums here for 1 and 2 here, when we add one equivalent cation. In general, when we point the cation, we have isotronic displacement, much more significant than when we have +2, then we can see that the relationship is greater in that sense. And it's then, there's not much difference up to 1. But the important thing here, so who work in our organometallic complex, derivative organometallic complex, we know that 3D present certain conditions. They're quite because they're excited states for, and we find the pleasant surprise that the Chalcons number 2 had presented luminescence. So here, very important here point, because initially we had results which are similar, but you can see that the fluorescence spectrometry is much more sensitive than other spectrometries. So we had the same results, but the same ions I could detect and quantify in this way. Now we can see figure number 8 on adding the different metal ions. We can pair them up on the system to chemiosensor on-off in nature. And that was very interesting, and it gave us a plus, and wanted to continue considering this asset. Figure number 9 here, for example, a titration curve here that we see here, typical good results, and we had geometry of reactions here, and it's quite clean, the reaction. We can see typical points here, isometric points, which can see the complex, initial complex here, plus a cation coordinated in macrocyclic aspects, and we have the typifications through fluorescence spectroscopy. Here, when Dr. Godoy was starting with this, and they were centered on thermodynamic aspects. So here we determined the constants of associations, which were expected to be slightly higher for the ferrocene derivative. As I'm complexing the cation I don't have to need to stabilize. They were a bit less the constants of association for citrotylane derivative, but we could do this with different two techniques, and trend obtained was the same, and that is the most highlighted or worthy aspect to decide. I like all these systems. As long as I finish my doctorate, ferrocene and all that, because I like photochemistry. I do a lot of photochemistry. I had the pleasure of working with Guillermo Ferrado in Notre Dame. He was one of my mentors, and I wanted to change. So this is a postdoctoral stage where I want to study new systems, NN, and the good thing about this that we can modulate this. So we said to ourselves, what would happen if we used this coloring here, because the very important colorings, the fragment azoic is very dyes and pigments. I wanted to change that, and also wanting to painting to more therapeutic properties. But we know here, which gives us another aspect here. In the figure number 10, we have the same aspect here. We can publish here that crystal structure, and I do not know whoever's familiarized with blue dyes, the derivatives from quinonines, because they have the hydroxyl group is in position for azoic group. They present reactions, automerization, which depends on the reaction medium, depends on the pH. What we find is that the ones that we work with are very stable, and we have nothing would happen to them. Given the technique that we do, solvent that we measured, we always have this way. Either sound here. But when we coordinate with dendrocarbonyl fragment, the story changed, and here we got a new family of compounds which had optical characteristics, which was very interesting, which would depend both on the conditions of polarity, capacity of the solvent, hydrogen, pH, amongst others. So we could have potentially systems which would help us to monitor what will happen in the reaction, sensors, color sensors, pH color sensors, and we could apply in the development of sensors. Here we had a mechanism for this, which and they believed in us because we knew they had this capacity, isotronic and capacity, thanks to the work of Miss Eileen Cruz, who had with Fernando. We wanted to test these systems. If you notice here in figure number 16, the color black is found is in the coloring spectral, which is the coloring very stable, and when the complex was being formed, it would change completely the spectral profile, particularly when we measured ionic cations, and we had a colorimetric response, which is quite important. We know it's a highly toxic metal, so therefore it's important to detect it. The good thing here that we have hydroxylic acid on the part because we had to functionalize it with a microcycle, but that was standby here. Pandemia was in the way, but we managed to have here titration curve such as found here, and we could see a detection range modest in nature, but positive amongst all. In this last work, which was a thesis of a pre-grade student, undergraduate, which we published not too long ago, let's go to somewhat more simple, where we don't have so many problems, so many reactions here, depending on the solvent here. So we say, let's work on the selectrolina. And for electrolina, we substituted that azo macrocyclo, and we got this system which is very good to apply sensors, luminescent, and here the structures 2 and 3 will make sense in the next slide, which I will show. We got 2 structures, crystallized structure, and this work was accepted recently. We could have this spectral typical system, absorption, emission, lifespan microseconds, consistent with this family of complexes. And we took this titration, this issue number 1 for the mercury, and as a colorimetric response, which you can see here, from an intense yellow to a paler yellow. The valorization was modest here. Analytic wouldn't help in that, but the titration through emissions is that. But if you notice something interesting happening here, because you have maximum of emissions here, and it's not so simple. This shows here next to 470 nanometers, and so we said let's check the mechanism of reactions here, which is acting or reacting with this. In this sense, we synthesized complex 2, which is the precursor, doesn't have the microcycles and the response. And the response was better because this here, we can see an increase in the intensity or luminosity. In the first case, we have sensor on off, and second off on, and the response much cleaner, much better. But the problem, there's no microcycle. So where is it interacting? And that is gave us a lot of headaches here. Belen had a lot of time in the laboratory. Infrared spectroscopy gave us a response. We monitored these reactions, and we realized that when we had the sensor 1 and we added mercury, it would shift, the organometric methylates would shift to greater energy as if we had a cationic system. And obviously here the system, we would take it in acetylvinylic. So what was happening? The mercury was taking the bromide as it was silver, and acetylvinylic was going internally. And that is what was happening. Effectively, we synthesized complex number 3. We isolated, purified, and compared. And yes, this is the first example, if I remember correctly, where mercury cation was not affecting the microcycles, but going from 1 to 100. The mechanism that we proposed was that is shown in figure number 26, going to the formation of cationic system. To finish, this is the last slide. This is what we're working on now. My focus is a photochemical aspect, thermodynamic aspects, so we're assessing isomeria in coordination, acceleration of oxygen and lead. This is a new family of rhenium compounds, which we are today, if we continue have, we will hope that they will be accepted, this work, experimental, theoretical, and a focus in the obtention of photosensitizers and biomarkers, oxygen photosynthesizers, and cooperating in the development of molecular sensors. That was my presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, now we have questions and answers. Federico, seems. Thank you, Tamara. Micrófono, por favor. Thank you, Tamara, for your presentation. Very good, thank you. First point is a comment with mercury. Yes, it's very brave. It's a very dangerous compound. I would say it's a neurotoxic compound around the world, I would say. Yeah. So, yeah, be careful. On the other side, I want to... why did you never work with porphyrin, rhenium porphyrin? They are simpler. That's for you, I mean. Like a game, synthesizing. I don't know if it's so trivial. We have evaluated some systems with this type of macrocycle to obtain these rhenium tricarbonyls, and the synthesis methodologies, at least the ones I was working with, were not so friendly. No, it's not something discarded. I mean, Federico, to obtain the complex and the purification and all. So I haven't discarded that. We are considering, especially from the point of view of the photophysical chemical properties, so we are considering that. I hope we can advance through those lines too. Thanks. Any other questions? Well, no. Tamara, please stay here, and we invite Vice President Gonzalo Vascuñan, Development Vice President, and we'll give you a token of appreciation. Thank you. Very interesting presentation. Now we invite you to a coffee break to have some relaxation, take a rest, and then we'll be coming back to the auditorium. Thank you. Thank you for coming back and not disconnecting from our transmission. So we're going to start with a different presentation. Then we have our second international. Yes, she's Camila Canales. She's Chilean, but she's currently living in Switzerland, and she will be sharing her presentation from Switzerland. Camila Canales, she is researcher from the Swiss Federal Research Laboratory. Has worked specialized in radium-based catalysts with for production of fuel and chemicals. A great round of applause for Dr. Camila Canales, who is presenting from Switzerland. Good morning. Thank you very much for the presentation, for my introduction, and thank you for the invitation to participate in this seminar. It's so important for the scientific community as well as for the community in general. In this opportunity, I'm going to present you about highlighting the most important points in terms of the development and optimization in the production of green hydrogen. As you well know, green hydrogen have been as a hot topic from 2020 onwards, and in this occasion, I have entitled this seminar, this presentation, like the decade of hydrogen. This mainly because if we consider that what was going on in 2010, the scientific community was focused on photovoltaic energy, and then energy transition took us to have an interest. A deeper interest in the production of green hydrogen. And I know several of us really are very familiar with this. And then the question was to where we're going to now, from now on. But before talking about green hydrogen, which we know is a potential candidate for energy processes, which we are facing now, especially regarding electromobility. And what we want to know is which then will be our likely scenario in the next years. But before talking about that, I would like you to make a little exercise. And it is to think about the concept of energy. When we think about this specific concept, the first thing that can come to mind is these type of icons, right? Such as battery icons. Since we use electronic devices, we can associate energy to the load, the charging of the battery in each of the devices. I think each one of you may think of any of these images, but also we could associate the concept of energy to types of energy, like electric energy, wind energy, nuclear energy, among others. But now, if we make a bit of a deeper exercise, we can relate the concept of energy to certain concepts that may be close to energy concept as such. And if we look for a different concept, which are closely linked to this, we could find, for example, the force, heat, or movement concepts. And around those lines, we are not so far from what the definition of energy is. That tells us that this capacity or power to do work. such as the capacity to move an object or a given mass by the application of force. Then if we realize that in the definition of energy, we're not very far from the concepts we believe which are related to energy: force, heat, and movement. As I mentioned before, green hydrogen appears as a potential candidate for for being used in energy generation processes, but actually green hydrogen has several uses, multiple uses that can be part of what we call nowadays the circular economy. This is why nowadays we talk about the decade of hydrogen, and the question is, where are we going? But before answering this question, where are we heading to? In all this research work we're doing, we need to check our background and say where we come from. Which were the types of energy that were before this and that were important at the time, and from that, how we optimize the processes in order to obtain this type of energy that may be cleaner and that could be replacing at a certain point energies that are based on carbon. So in the history of the world, we can start in the 1700s, when we know through history that we were in the middle of the Industrial Revolution. And basically, energy was provided by coal. So through time, the different types of energies were evolving. And then in the 80s, we had energies such as wind energy. There was already an important percentage of the total energy provided by or used by us. And then the goal towards 2050 is to have zero emission energy sources. That's a great goal. And that's how the European Union has recognized hydrogen as a technology which is key in order to achieve the goals that were signed in the European Green Deal in 2020. That's a great goal, and it is a great goal because of the scenario we're facing now. Then in the context of circular economy, which is something we know, we talk about, if we use green hydrogen in order to satisfy the demands of the population that are not only energy demands, we can consider that most of this hydrogen can satisfy the demands of the population. But how this process, as any process, we will have disposals that will not necessarily have to do with the products used, or products that will be in the garbage, but those wastes or disposals are new sources to be used in other type of processes, which are also part of this circular economy. And these products may be re-injected in the same processes and may be taken advantage of within this cycle and this circle. Because we consider that this is the hydrogen decade, but it doesn't mean that the study of how we are producing hydrogen was born in 2020. We were dealing with pandemics. However, green hydrogen has always been something interesting from all the community. And nowadays we can classify the types of hydrogen present regarding the type of processes we use in order to be able to develop or to produce hydrogen. And the processes are different, and also the energy sources with which we use to produce hydrogens are also different sources and have been optimized in time. Now, the first group, called gray hydrogen, and the process used to obtain gray hydrogen is reforming or gasification, mainly gasification. And the energy source are still fossil fuels. And we think, well, if we use fossil fuels, we are going to have CO emissions. Nowadays, we are more focused, or the process which is most used is the production of blue hydrogen, where again we use the same processes of the gray hydrogen, but we add an extra process which is capture of carbon. And then we use fossil fuels anyways, but thanks to this carbon capture sequestration, CO emissions are quite lower than with the gray hydrogen production, but still they are present and they're not null. Our target is to be able to produce green hydrogen. And here there is a great optimization regarding the process being used to obtain hydrogen, where we basically are using the electrolysis process, which I'm going to explain a bit further on. While the energy sources for this, for producing green hydrogen, are renewable energy sources, and things which produce null emissions. And that's our target. And what's the scenario we're facing now is the transition from blue hydrogen production to green hydrogen production. And the main difference we have, besides the processes involved in the production of these hydrogen types, is that blue hydrogen has to deal with the management of CO2 emissions, while green hydrogen doesn't have to deal with this extra step. Now, however, if we analyze and we realize the general process, the transport and storage of these two types is common, but as we know, the transport and storage has been one of the main problems in order to be able to use hydrogen. So I'm not going into details, but I invite you to read about the work of being done in the Thomas Claessens research professor of the University of Munich, where the researcher has focused their work in forming compounds with the hydrogen produced, such as metallic hydrides, in order to have transport and storage which are safe. So I invite you to look at that work. And then the processes are common for both types. I was talking about that the process for producing green hydrogen is through electrolysis. And what is electrolysis? Well, it has to do with what we call water splitting, which is breaking the water molecules through the application of energy. In this case, we use renewable energy such as wind energy and photovoltaic energy. And this is applied to an electrolytic cell. And what we obtain as produce, as part of this process, is in the anode we will have oxygen evolution reaction. in the anode, we will have oxidation, and we will generate molecular oxygen that can be released into the environment. And then in the cathode, we will have the contact reaction, which is a hydrogen evolution reaction. Now, this is captured. It experiences a compression process, and then from here we can extract hydrogen and use it for different goals and different uses. And our main goal is, or our most common goal, as I mentioned before, is to work with electromobility. What happens once we have hydrogen obtained? We can consider this as a fuel. And one of the most important applications for fuel are fuel cells of PEM type. PEM meaning proton exchange membrane, which has to do with the selection of the membrane that separates the anode from the cathode. And what happens is that when we feed in the fuel cell with gaseous hydrogen, what happens is that in the anode, the gaseous hydrogen will be oxidated to protons. And those protons will be disseminated through the membrane and will react with the molecular oxygen that comes from the air, generating water molecules and energy. Then that water, or that amount of water produced, can be recollected and reused for different uses. In the business model, when we have already established our production process for greener hydrogens, we elaborate our business model and how this will be sustained in time. And in this business model, we can discover, or we can classify the process in 3 stages. The first stage, we have production, of course, using renewable energies during the electrolysis, and then, for example, using the ammonia synthesis as a storage. In order to have it less reactive, but to be able to extract hydrogen in a less complex way. Then we have transport and storage, which is one of the maybe problems we are facing nowadays. Once we produce green hydrogen, we have shipping, we have storage of this product, and then we have the applications. And what we can see here in this is our goal mainly, is to have these hydrogen stations. And as we can see in this photo, if you can see that part, we think that this could be like the reality in the future. We can see that there is, or it looks like a gas station, typical diesel or gas station for our vehicles, but in reality we are providing hydrogen through it for different uses. And if we think of a global, from a global perspective, we focused mainly on the fact that hydrogen is used as a fuel. But the applications are much more and multiple. For example, fertilizer synthesis, like the formation of ammonia. Also, we have metal production, chemical, industrial processes, heat distribution. So, green hydrogen is great candidate to satisfy and to meet the different demands of our population. What are the positive aspects in production, in hydrogen production. And why are we so interested in producing this molecule? It's because we can have a transition of global energy towards renewable energies, declining production cost and optimization cost also, to have projects to build electrolysis which are stable, selective, and that have a long life cycle. And also, as a fourth point, is the increase in carbon taxes. So what we expect in 10 years is that the production cost us $2 per kilogram in production, and that in the next years, towards 2050, 20% of the global energy is going to be hydrogen-based. Not everything is a wonder. We always will have to face certain problems. One of them, and the most important as electrochemists we are facing, is the amount of energy that we need to do the water electrolysis, or the breaking of the water molecule. And on the other side, we have to ensure that the process we are using leaves a zero carbon footprint. The question is how to perform the water electrolysis. In electrochemistry, what we use are devices which are quite common, and one of them is what we call a potentiostat. The potentiostat is a device to control the voltage or potential, as we call it, and the voltage applied, or the ampere or current applied, in order to create enough energy to break the hydrogen-oxygen link. So what we are doing then finally is to do oxido-reduction reaction, water oxidation through the oxygen pollution reaction, and in the cathodic part is reduction of the water molecule in order to create gaseous hydrogen. So what is happening here at the molecular level is that we are doing a rearranging of the solvent we are using, usually aqueous in nature, and then we are generating a double electrical layer that can be considered as a capacitor that helps us to generate this reaction. As you can see, we have 3 electrodes. And the first one that appears in this figure is working electrode, where the reaction is happening. I want to make a point here that the hydrogen evolution reaction is not always the reaction that we are following. We can also follow the contact reaction, which is the oxygen evolution reaction. And on the other side also, we have the counter electrode, which is the one where the counter reaction is occurring. So if we are following HER, hydrogen evolution reaction, what's happening in the counter electrode is a OER. It's the opposite reaction. And if we do it the other way around, we will be observing the hydrogen reaction in a counter electrode. In the techniques used in electrochemistry to carry out electrolysis, we can use a coulometry technique, which is stationary, not like other techniques which are used for analysis. Then, in general, what we find here in the potentiostats are software that allow us to establish the parameters where we will facilitate electrolysis. And in general, what we do is to apply a constant potential or a constant voltage where we know we are supplying enough energy for the breaking of the water molecule links. So if we apply a specific voltage or potential, we'll be following the current signals throughout time. And if we integrate the area below the curve, we will obtain the total charge. And what we obtain is that the charge will increase until we obtain a plateau. And in that sense, we will be able to stop electrolysis, capture hydrogen, and quantify how much hydrogen we are producing. Again, we have electrolysis generating on one side hydrogen and in the other oxygen. But as we mentioned before, one of the main problems is the amount of energy needed to do this, or voltage in this case. So that's the question. What type of materials can we use as electrodes in the cathode or in the anode? And it takes us to the base of electrocatalysis, where we have to find the ideal electrocatalyst. And what are the characteristics that take us to consider one electrocatalytic over another? Is, first of all, we have selectivity. That means that the material we use is selective to the reaction that we are interested in. So if we are doing a hydrogen evolution, we are hoping not to reduce other types of species in the dissolution. Then we have stability. And the idea of this is that it has a long duration so that we don't have to replace the material so often, because that would be economically non-feasible. And then finally, we also have the activity. And this aspect means that it is so selective and stable that we will have a very interesting, good electroactivity. And these are the three pillars we're looking for as the material to produce green hydrogen. And within this, the elements which we might find in the periodic table and that have been tested in order to understand the interaction between metal and hydrogen, we have built what we call the volcano plot, which are these type of charts where we have the extremes. We have elements or metals which have bond strength which is quite weak, so it's not enough for doing the evolution, hydrogen evolution. Whereas on the other side, we find the other extreme of the graph where bonding or creation of links and bonding between metal and hydrogen is quite strong. Then this desorption is quite complex. That's why we are situated in this part of the volcano plot. And as you can see, we find platinum, rhodium, iridium, which we know are metals or elements which are excellent in order to form the hydrogen during electrolysis. But also we can realized that rhenium appears as a candidate. It's very close to platinum, very close from rhodium, and very close from iridium. So the question is rhenium actually a candidate material for carrying out electrolysis? So what are the facts? Actually, rhenium is quite abundant, and the price is 30 times lower than platinum and 100 times lower than iridium. In that case, our hypothesis is that rhenium and derivatives can be an alternative which is promising in order to carry out the water splitting. So our goal nowadays is not only to learn whether hydrogen can be produced, but also the main theory that is helping us to understand whether rhenium is or not a candidate for this reaction, whether it's for the HER or whether it's for the OER. So in that sense, if both reactions are catalyzed, we can consider that rhenium could be a bicatalyst, and that is quite interesting. Then, when we do the electrochemical analysis, what is it that we expect? Actually, to apply lower voltage or lower potential in the material in order to apply this discharge in this potential current chart. As you see, platinum foil is still much better than other compounds. But if we look at the onset potential, we're quite close with rhenium elements. So it could be an element, maybe not as good as platinum, but close to it. Also, we can evaluate what is TAFL curves, which is help us to know how much energy we need for the reaction to occur. And as we see here, we have 40 millivolts versus this other figure, and we see that the amount of energy is reduced. I'm not going into the details, but now, before my transition from EMPA in Switzerland, we're still working in collaboration with my previous work, which is the University of Iceland, in the last 5 years. And we were doing in these days, in general, 2 projects which have to do with the production of green hydrogen. First of all, we had a grant from the European Union, which is called Project LSY, and we used aluminium disposal in order to create hydrogen, but it's not electrochemical in nature. So we continue with other projects where we worked with Molymet in 2022, where we called the project Rhenium Challenge, where Molymet was participating and they gave us the targets for rhenium in order to use them on stainless steel. And we worked with a startup company in the Iceland University, which is a grain research that has to do with the creation of materials through sputtering. And also we worked with the Department of the Ocean Management, because at the moment we were interested in knowing if we could create, if we could do hydrogen production using sea salt, sea water. As we know, fresh water is quite scarce, so we were interested in learning what could happen if we use seawater. We're talking about 4% sodium chloride, and in the composition of seawater, of course. But not only sodium chloride, as we call it, salt, but also we have other elements we are facing. So it's quite a complex matrix. But we entered into this work, and we made a team, quite multidisciplinary in nature, and we divided this into 3 different groups. First group was the group of where we analyzed electrocatalysis, and we added corrosion studies, of course, because we are using seawater, which is quite corrosive. And then in this group, I want to point out the participation of Professor Thomas Maluk, who was my mentor during my PhD dissertation. Dr. Arne Ingersoll from Green Research is CEO, and Professor Enrique Inglesa from UC Berkeley. And then we have Peter Brockman from the University of Bern in Switzerland, and then Dr. Alexei Sarov from the Oak Ridge National Laboratory in the USA. As a second group, we have mathematical analysis, where we used stochastic methods and machine learning in order to project the mean lifetime of electrocatalysts using a number of limited experiments that could project which would be the mean life of these materials. And we have the participation of Professor Enrique del Castillo from Pennsylvania State University and Professor Birger Rolf Nelson from the University of Icelandia. And then we have web analysis to project the benefits of these energies in these type of projects. And here we have participation of Professor Kyrre Richardson from Norway, Professor Daudi Mark-Christophers from Iceland, and Prof. Elendor Christensen in Silicon Valley in the US. Now, which were our results in the electrochemistry? Being quite brief, we did an analysis which was quite limited in the times we had available, using stainless steel 316 as an electrode substrate or conducting substrate, since this kind of steel is quite resistant to corrosion. And it was more it gave us more confidence. And then on top of this, we used sputtering of rhenium sputtering, and we continued using parameters like OCP, which is a response of materials when we don't apply any electrochemical perturbance. It's basically the potential of the acquired voltage in intrinsic nature of materials. And then we used 3 aqueous medium, 3% sodium, NaCl, 0.1 molar sodium hydroxide, in order to adjust pH values or to simulate the pH of seawater in Iceland. And then we saw the mix. As you can see, in general, we tested 4 different rhenium electrodes. I cannot reveal exactly the compound, and we can see that in the case of rhenium 4, it has shift to potentials. So in this sense, we saw the difference in electrocatalysis with electrodes. And since we were studying the oxygen evolution, we saw that all the systems would be overcoming the electrodic substrate without modifying it, and it was quite positive. regarding the resistance of materials, and then we compare the OCP at the OCP at the end. So what we observed is what we see here in this video. Once applied the potential, we are seeing the liberation of bubbles that has to do with the liberation of oxygen. The release of oxygen. This paper was published in the Electrochemical Acta if you want to read it further on. So what we expect is that we would like to have an environmental policy that enable us to provide the production of green hydrogen, a higher demand for green hydrogen, to have also the development of the needed infrastructure so as to transport it and to facilitate both private and public capitals to participate. And this will be skipping this, and well, we for the funding we have had, and thank you very much for your attention, and I'm very pleased to present you this. Thank you.
Thank you, Camila, for your presentation. Very interesting. Any doubts, questions? Camilo, we have a present for you. We will deliver it to your address. Thank you. Now, given the time, we go to the next presentation. Now is the presentation of Dr. Isaacs, Director of Millennium Institute, specializing in catalysis. He centered his work in developing sustainable technology for the production of ammonia, fundamental product for fertilizers and other chemical products. Today, Dr. Isaacs will share details on his research on the use of rhenium as a catalyzer for the production of ammonium, showing us how science can contribute to facing to the big challenges of our time. Please, Doctor. Can you hear? Thank you very much. This is the slider. First of all, I would like to thank Christian Pizarro for the invitation in order to come here and be here with you, because we've had very many conversations all through the platforms who all wanted to work together in order to do this alliance between academy and industry. So, having thanked, I wanted to present today a review of what I did from invitation to here, and what would be the role of rhenium in the green ammonia value chain. The green ammonia is the Can you help me move this slide over? This is the pointer. Well, that's how it went. It takes a little while, yes? I have to do it more strongly. Now, this is a presentation, today's presentation. First of all, the motivation why green ammonia, on who we are as the Millennium Institute of Green Ammonia. And here I'm trying to complement what would be the uses of rhenium in the new technologies for the synthesis of ammonia. Now, what is called as ammonia cracking is of the gain obtaining oxygen from ammonia. Some other uses which are potentially very important. A little bit of the activities within the laboratory, conclusions and acknowledgements. So this is the way that we see. I took this from a science paper. This is to have renewable energy. From that renewable energy to have three areas: nitrogen, nitrous oxygen, and water. And these three supplies Given this photoelectrochemistry, electrocatalytic or photocatalytic is to see what we have in the middle with electrocatalysts, which go from any electrolysis apparatus. You talk about catalysis, petrochemistry or green energy. This is the catalysis. All does through a catalytic. Now CO2 we get ammonia, hydrocarbons, or hydrogen. We've worked in getting hydrogen from water and hydrocarbons from dioxide carbon, CO2, and once we get hydrocarbon and hydrogen, we do a new chemical industry from arising out of what we could call circular economy. Now, why green ammonia? Ammonia is used as a fertilizer. That's its primary use. And it means up in 1798, Thomas Malthus, proto-economist, published an article which said that nitrous resources are finite. So at some moment in time, ammonia is going to, or the population will collapse through hunger. Now, in 1898, William Crookes from the British Associate got together several scientists in order to try to get ammonia, synthetic ammonia, because they believed that fertilizers were not going to be enough, and the only source of fertilizer were the guano dumps in Chile, in Peru, and saltpeter in Chile. Given this, is how the increase in the dependency, what you see in the graph, how the population climbs, and how the production of ammonia increases in parallel, and how the production of nitrate falls. So nitrate falls because two people, Fritz Haber and Karl Bosch, invented the process, Haber-Bosch process, to generating ammonia. A classic catalytic process which uses catalysis of iron catalyst but at a temperature of nearly 400 degrees and a high pressure. So the Haber-Bosch process uses grey hydrogen as supply, as raw material. There's yellow hydrogen, and that hydrogen that we have here produces, because it comes from steam reforming reactors, from methanol. The production of ammonia produces twice the amount of CO2. So 2 molecules of CO2 per 1 molecule of ammonia. So we have to use grey hydrogen. On the other hand, the system produces 2% of the ammonia energy. So it's what we talked about this morning. It's the difference because of being carbon neutral. There are alternatives to the production of ammonia, starting from green hydrogen, or given green hydrogen technology, we can concentrate on the production of green ammonia, which has the green hydrogen within it. So the ammonia here on the left here, you can see it's one of the 5-6 products which has the greatest carbon footprint. On the other side, we can see, if we calculate the amount of energy that ammonia has in its chemical bonds, we can see that the ammonia comes after methanol. We saw the Brazilian presentation, then we count the second after methanol, but it's the only one that is carbon free. So therefore, an alternative to all these fuels that contain carbon would be then these would have ammonia. And on the other hand, the issues of relating to, so we can see that hydrogen has liquids 7,000 bar, so it's less viable. So the hydrogen here is as a chemical product that's traded more than 100 years. It contains a network, a transport network which has this transport network is established more than 100 years ago, and on the left, on the right, you can see the costs for producing ammonia with regards or contrasting to which would be the gray with the hydrogen and the high pressure hydrogen. So given the content of hydrogen in the ammonia content, given the infrastructure that we have, given the distribution of hydrogen and storage of it, the only way that the economy of hydrogen it would increase or would settle is through ammonia. This is something that has to be left very clear. And so when ammonia appears, we can see that ammonia, after its production, we have systems which are storage, transport, and as Camila stated, and in the use of ammonia, we have the new opportunities because we can use combustion process and co-firing process, like in thermoelectrics that are being built in Atacama or designed. We can use for residences, and we can use in fuel cells, in engines and turbines or burners. So in this way, we can use ammonia directly, independently of we can change it again into hydrogen for some other future use or alternative use. So from here, Chile has this transfer now from 6 months ago. So it's now currently there's 24 projects, large-scale production projects, which come from electrolysis for green hydrogen production. So Chile is in a position which, in a pole position, we could call that, given the use of this, which we call the new petrol. Now, we as a research group, we are funded by the Millennial Institute, which is funded by, we are 4 universities, UC, USACH, Talca University, Austral University. Our university is to generate ammonia through sustainable manner in order to surpass the Haber-Bosch process and to be greener than what we know as green ammonia. Now, on the other hand, what we also want to do, given the electrolysis of ammonia, is to be able to have hydrogen and to develop the scales of hydrogen. So therefore, we had 5 research lines, which are from the basic to the highest, which is electrochemical, the production of hydrogen through electrolysis of ammonia, the design and prototype of ammonia fuel cells, the study, because we will have ships, cauldrons, corrosion, combustion, and finally the impact in the human sphere as what we call the ammonia system. Now we go and see what are the opportunities that we have with regards to ammonia. First, we see here the molecules to materials. So this is an example how molecules here. This is of Tamara's field more than me. This can be the synthesis of having 2 rhenium complexes which can bind together a nitrogen, given a chemical reaction done with reduces and oxidizes. We can get values out of the equation we have on top, values of production which can be quite interesting. But the conditions that we have here, these amount of ammonia can be a little bit more sensitive, because chemical organic metals, we have low temperatures or dry cameras, dry chambers. We have to perfect this. On the other hand, this is a system which replaces a Haber-Bosch process, which it is to replace it, which is the chemical loop. This chemical looping, first we have nitrogen, the nitrogen fixation, and there's nitrogen carriers, which are metals, transition metals, alkaline metals, which trap nitrogen, transform it into nitrates, And given the application of together with hydrogen and water, they generate production of ammonia. So there's three ways of generating these chemical loops, and one of them is the rhenium present when we have to generate this. So here I have the rhenium table here. You can't see anything, but I try to put some marks here: 2024, 2025. Just up to now, there's only 3 or 2 rhenium compounds which have been tested out in these chemical loops. So this generates a research opportunity from the point of view of research per se. And also they have the influence of this pre-treatment in the production of ammonia, and which is also an issue which is relevant from the heterogeneous catalysis point of view. Also, from my specialty, if you have improvements in the production of ammonia, but in terms of as electrochemical synthesis, as Camila said, a type of electrolysis, what is done here is to try to have rhenium ironidona to generate these nanoions, nanotubes, which can be disposed in a dioxide of titanium, and you get a metric here. And the metric that you had here, some values here of production of ammonia, which are within 30-40% of that. And this is out of all the current that you have in the cell, 40% of that current becomes ammonia. So here we can jump to other subjects, which is ammonia cracking. Here we have 2 examples which are the most important is the rhenium cobalt structure, and this type of structure manages to generate ammonia very efficiently. Generate hydrogen very efficiently, given a thermal process in replacement of thermium platinum, which is used as standard. This reaction also presents a research opportunity, because at the end, what we want is to have hydrogen equivalent ammonia without electrochemical step or directly thermical. This is also important. Also, the other uses that this is difficult to find, to elucidate, but what we believe here is that because ammonia is being used, is proposed to be used as direct fuel for combustion, for turbine processes, for all that's to do with direct combustion or mixed with other gases, with other fuels. Everything that's been tried currently are turbines with materials which are for natural gas, for diesel, for fuel, petrol. So there's no studies that would show that those materials are resistant to hydrudos, which form in these high temperature conditions in the presence of ammonia. So the creation of other alloys is which is important to keep in focus, because us academics, together with this private sector, can see how this matches common interest. Lastly, our laboratory that we have, the synthesis that we have here in this equipment, the characterization is done given different methods, superficial methods, AFM. What's in the show in the center is the engine of the laboratory, pentostatus, that are used in photoelectrochemistry in order to determine the reaction products with chromatography, and then reaction mechanisms through these 3 techniques, which are Raman, electrochemical, and this one, mass spectrophometry and electronic sweep. This set of instruments help us determine reaction mechanisms. And also for the community who's listening, we have this new Fondesip project, which is a platform of instruments which has an electrolyzer, in which we can do research both in the team, in the materials and the components, which are used in the electrolyzer per se. New alloys, more resistant to corrosion, and also in systems which for high temperature electrolyzers and fuel cells, high temperature fuel cells, hydrogen, ammonia, methanol. So I'm not as old in Rhenium work as Tamara, but what we've been doing the last few years is to work with molybdenum. So we've been working, current step that we're doing, which is called green ammonia, is to have water electrolysis to get hydrogen, and then with an improved Haber-Bosch process to get ammonia. What we want to go direct from renewable through electrochemical process to ammonia, proposing a system which is really green for the obtention of ammonia. So we have different mixes of molybdenum with other metals in order to have synergies that we were talking in the morning. And we have a type of structure, the kind of catalytic gels, which can be having electrodes in the coal, which is how to see the performance, which is standardized for what is needed by the DOA in the US. On the other hand, this is the team that works in the Millennium Institute, 80 people, and this is an activity that we did last week, also a symposium of green ammonia. Also, thank you for your patience and your time. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the audience? Thank you very much for your presence, for your presentation. Sorry. Thank you, Mauricio. It's very interesting. A very brief question has to do with the fact that we saw other advantages of being able to synthesize ammonia, but on the other side we have the risks in managing ammonia, right? So do you have research lines on? Yeah. It has to do with the social impact. And then in that line we have worked in a public policy project regarding generating or proposing ammonia as a fuel and opening ammonia as a new market in Chile. These two things include security, safety, environmental laws, the environmental aspects especially, and safety, labor safety, and also social acceptance. From that public policy project, we are able to put those things in the discussion. Thank you. That's a very good question. That's a very good question. Yes. If you burn ammonia, you will eventually generate NOx if combustion is not complete. So we generate catalyzers at the outset, at the output of the NOx system. So they quantify combustion, but NOx is a concern. But the research groups that generate combustion propose catalyzer on the outlet. Like otherwise we couldn't do it. I mean, NOx have higher heating index at CO2. Yeah, you had to put catalyst. I think those Puyo cars, they have these little tanks with urea. Yeah, right. Okay. Anybody else? So we thank you very much for your presentation. Mario Lama, please come to the stage to give the token of appreciation to Dr. Isaacs.
So to continue, the sixth presentation of this meeting, Dr. Ramírez is researcher from UFRO, specialized in biosynthesis of metals for production of green hydrogen, with dozens of publications and high collaboration prestigious in sustainability and energy. Dr. Ramírez will share details and scoping of his research in electrosynthesis of metallic oxygens for the production of hydrogen, showing us the immense potential of these materials in order to build a future which is more simple and sustainable.
So, can you hear me? Right, thank you. Now, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much to MolymetScience for this opportunity, and Ricardo. Where is Ricardo? Oh, here you are. There you are. Ricardo, for supporting this part of the research we're doing. And yes, I didn't want to put a title that is only talking about rhenium with graphene oxides, but I wanted to focus more on the catalysis on rhenium and these new materials, which is a science frontier. So, as an introduction, you have all seen that the fossil fuels are taken mostly for energy production, transport, etc., heating. And these years we have seen that hydrogen from a gravimetric density has a higher heating potential than fossil fuels, current fossil fuels. And from that point of view, we could obtain hydrogen, green hydrogen, from electrolysis. And thanks to the maturity of renewables such as wind and photovoltaic energy, and Chile has this national strategy of green hydrogen. Thanks to this, how do we generate electrolysis? Mainly through electrolyzers, and there are three types of electrolyzers, which is alkaline electrolyzer, solid oxide electrolyzer, and PEM electrolyzer. And the PEM is very relevant because easier to maintain, higher life cycle, but the metals is used are more costly, which is platinum and iridium oxide. So we have seen that rhenium is an interesting alternative, and it's very close in terms of the type of the Vulcan plot, very close to platinum. So what about platinum? We know it's expensive, the abundance is quite low, and as Christian showed, rhenium is 30 times cheaper. And then it's very interesting to use rhenium in this type of electrolysis, and that's why we started to check publications. We published a review last year when we checked the literature on a very comprehensive literature where rhenium has been used for generating oxygen and hydrogen. But for hydrogen, we found material. So far, there was not a huge amount of literature, but in the rhenium area, there are several characteristics for the industry, both for aerospace industry and for aircraft turbines, and focused on the catalysis. Hydrogen catalysis, we can find compounds of rhenium sulfur, which are very interesting proposals in terms of potential. 180, 190 rhenium sulfur that were on carbon-based. So, rhenium sulfur has good characteristic, but is not close to what is near to zero, as in platinum. But we said, what about if we observe this rhenium sulfur in a nanomorphology? And they were walled on carbon nanotubes, but they presented an interesting approximation to the high ER for platinum with a good TOEFL, and is quite stable as well. Well, we could see here after 2000 cycles still the over potential on 120, 130 potential, which is quite stable. So what happens as I showed with the alloys, Rhenium alloys, we took this paper published in 2021 with cobalto rhenium. That was shown by Camila as well. When you look at the details, the activity of the authors proposing, they attribute the catalytic activity to cobalt, and we said rhenium already was observed as catalytic activity. So we continued checking the literature, and we found rhenium oxide and rhenium metallic. But when you check literature, there is not an attribution of what kind of oxidation state for rhenium is good. Is it better for metallic, rhenium 6, 7, 4? Professor Néstor, rhenium 7 is probably the one that has a best catalytic activity. In our studies, we disagree a bit, but so we looked for how to obtain rhenium and how to evaluate this catalytic activity, trying to isolate in a specific species, metallic, oxide, and in the techniques we do is electrosynthesis through fixed potential. And as we observed, the rhenium nanoparticles have nanopyramidal morphology, but it's not a real trend on the overpotential being obtained, and the closest is 100 millivolt. In millivolt at 10. Well, working on this is not trivial, it's quite complex, but we said, okay, let's obtain these rhenium structures or rhenium oxides. We had the idea of rhenium as such, metallic. But from 7 to 0 oxidation, it's quite electrons, the energy is important, and obtaining rhenium by electrochemistry processes. What happens is that when we look for the potential to generate oxidation or reduction of rhenium, we have to do with the acid environment. Acid in aqueous, it promotes the formation of hydrogen. Yes, but we were able to visualize the potential that is around 0.86 volts in the first cycle. But then in the second cycle, we started to observe that this evolution is different. We didn't see whether it grows or not. Okay, so we go to apply the fixed potential, and the first fixed potential in rhenium oxide was minus 0.86. Growing rhenium oxide on surfaces, we need to stabilize. We know that nanostructures, if not stable, we can be lost. What materials can help us? And we observed that graphene oxide from graphite could be good for this surface, and this could keep this stable. So we say, okay, let's start with the nanomaterial. We synthesized graphene oxide, and with different techniques, chronoamperometry, we evaluated the synthesis of these rhenium nanostructures. And as I mentioned, we were focused on metallic rhenium. Then what happened? We are going to submit this graphene oxide to reduction. And what happens with graphene oxide when we generate the HER? The HER, and then after these processes, functional groups decreased graphene oxide, which was an hypothesis, almost accepted hypothesis. We didn't have much doubt about it, so we generated two situations. It decreased the functional groups and could decrease stability, but then it improves conductivity because the carbon structure will be more organized. But then when we said, okay, let's see this same potential, let's see the times, how it behaves in the deposits of rhenium structures. And we said 5, 10, 60. we put this as an example, we see the decrease in the functional oxygen groups. They're not eliminated, they decrease. And we say, okay, we know they decrease, but we have still oxygen, and they can help us in stabilizing rhenium. Here, and like graphene oxide, you can see carbon-hydrogen binding depending on the environment we created for this electrosynthesis. And then we synthesized a nanostructure, and we found this. We found this 25 nanometers in diameter. And as we increased the depositing time, we found higher structures and then lower time. We found different structures. Regrettable, for 10 and 5 seconds, the device couldn't detect, but there are electrocatalytic properties, but we couldn't identify the size of the structures. What we have here, we have oxides, we have rhenium metallic, we have an XPS spectra to see which specimens we have, and we have maybe Professor Néstor would say maybe it's not rhenium 6, but for us we found that from 60 onwards synthesis time we have rhenium 6. If we look at this rhenium 7, we start in 5 seconds, only rhenium 7, and when we increase depositing time, we will have rhenium 6. Rhenium 6 is more prevalent, and then at 60 and 90 seconds, we have rhenium 6 mainly. So we said catalysis or electrocatalysis of hydrogen generation from this electrode could be attributed to the presence of rhenium 6. And how was the overpotential? We see that at 60 seconds, we have the best overpotential with TAFO 55? No, 52. Which is quite interesting from the cinetic and thermodynamic, because we need less energy, and we're looking for minus 160 millivolts. And then we had the question, is it that this improved performance of this electrode is because of the deposit? What if we reduce the graphene oxide, and then after that we deposit rhenium on top of it? And we did this study. We did the perturbance for 90 seconds of the graphene oxide, and then we deposited the rhenium oxide, and there was no improvement. I mean, really, the reduction of graphene oxide is not improved by rhenium oxide. TAFELs increase. So kinetically speaking, is less favorable. And also we need more energy to generate this. So if we compare this with the works we already had seen, we have an overpotential minus 160 millivolt with 52 TAFEL, and we have rhenium oxide, rhenium 6, minus 138. So what's the problem with this synthesis? Is that the synthesis route for obtaining this type of structures is less friendly with the environment. We use higher temperature and pressure. Now, and then after these good results, we're getting very close to what literature is saying. What happens with electrode when we do when we use it more than once? We do 10 cycles, and then you see a shift of 0.1 millivolt, around 10 millivolt. And what about the oxidation states? After her, and for 60 seconds still kept the same profile. We still see stable with rhenium 6. And for 5 and 30, where we initially had only rhenium 7, we could decrease the overpotential for generation of hydrogen being to minus 0.109 volts. Here maybe it could be debatable. The TAFO increased a bit, maybe kinetic could be affected, but from the energy point of view, we get quite close to what is published. And what about rhenium? What about rhenium obtention? When we obtain this rhenium oxide, we obtain rhenium 6 in the presence of 7, and there is also rhenium 4, which can be plausible because we are giving a more time for obtention of these nanostructures, and I tend to reduce more the material. And after this hydrogen evolution, you see that this is the same, decreasing the rhenium 7 maybe a bit because we're generating a reduction process, but it's rhenium 6 is always present and it doesn't increase. I mean, rhenium 4 that
Oxygen, the reaction of an evolution of oxygen. Finally, these are reactions which are avoiding or having the massive use of fuel cell technology. This technology, water electrolysis technology, so the mass use of petrol is limited by the cost of materials which are being employed, particularly platinum, iridium, as we have seen. So our focus is to substitute these metals for cheaper metals like iron, manganese, nickel, cobalt, rhenium, obviously. And the focus that we've taken is to synthesize catalyzers which are molecular, where we're going to put a metal center like iron, as you can see in this macrocycle that you have, and have a surrounding of inorganic iron, very similar complex to what is found in molybdenum, for example. So we've synthesized and patented catalyzers based on 5 nitrogen coordinated with iron, this synthesized hemoglobin. And this system, we can have metals that are not noble like iron, but we can do with cobalt, with metals that are not noble, and make them more noble, similar to noble metals. So we're removing electrons from the iron for them to be more noble, more easier to harder to oxidize, better catalyzer. Also worked with nanoparticles, or gold nanoparticles, also working with catalyzers like alloys, pyrolyzed catalyzed. We're also working biological elements. And here we've been working, have a patent here. We had several summaries made of our work in several publications on the TV, also in several countries, where we published this work in research or where with the macroalga that is found in the rocks of Chile, pure photo panels, and we've been modifying laminar graphite with this alga. We have light on it, and we analyze the amount of light which can be produced in this method, using these methods. As said earlier, we have several patents of algae, and a patent or catalyzed based on iron, zinc iron, metal iron in the cathode. We use a cathode. This catalyzer can be bifunctional. It could be reduce this and also make an oxidation of water. Some also need a new good catalyzer which is bifunctional, as can be seen in this graph to the left. As also we like to study nanoparticles. Here I present a work with a gold particle, and here we have a size of say 68 atoms, and we like nanoparticles smaller as possible because they're more selective, and we can, if it's small, we can make 10 simulations, and then we can simulate how it reacts, how it reacts to substrate, and we can predict the functionality in different media, different conditions. So being able to simulate is something essential. From here onwards, given the machine learning, you can produce more formats. As what we have to do with Rhenium, we would like to produce nanoparticles which would be as small that we can do simulations. Small is smaller than a nanometer. Now I will present results on the productions of nanoparticles of rhenium of 1 nanometer in size. All of them are in 1 nanometer in size, more or less. Now, why rhenium? Rhenium is, as shown by other researchers, is very good in theory, very good catalyzer in the production of hydrogen. On the other hand, there's not many studies on rhenium electrocatalysis. If you see the Vulcan in reduction of zinc, rhenium is not present, no studies present, at least in the reduction of oxygen, and there is also not much studies in the evolution of that. There's a lack of full scientific knowledge in this regard, and we need to apply more, more applied research. There's work done, the scarce amount of work done, which is shown by Andrés previously, where rhenium in nanoparticles is quite a good catalyzer, given the curve of evolution of petrol, as can be seen here. On the other hand, this is one of the few papers that we have which are experimental in nature. Also, rhenium, as you've seen previously, is 30 times cheaper than what is can become. This a gram is $1, and Chile is the 53% of the production, with Molymet at the helm, which helps us do our research. One of the samples that we have from Molymet, which initiated our story with them, we decided to analyze what was inside, and what we found is that the sample had flakes in majority, which is expected, rhenium flakes inside, several sizes, but finally we found that they had nanoparticles which were 10 nanometers, more or less. And this was interesting, particularly because we're interested in nanoparticles. Oh, we have nanoparticles here already. They come from the sample itself. Interesting. So we've done the first protocol in order to separate these nanoparticles. So what we did was to have non-carbon nanotubes here. They need to have certain defects so that nanoparticle could stick to them. Now, in that sense, we made a first catalyzer, which is nanoparticles which are within the sample. They are found directly from Molymet and in a tubes, carbon tubes. Then we also mix them with carbon tubes, and then we have to have a substrate which could give support to the nanoparticle and could provide electrons quickly to the nanoparticles. So we've synthesized several carbon tubes and nanoparticles, but in the end, what was more interesting is to have the nanoparticles just smaller. So a nanometer was certain to be not reproducible, always the same. If you have nanoparticles of expected size, 1 nanometer, we can reproduce stably and sell it also. Sell the protocol, because this nanoparticle is used in industry. So if you think as to how you get images of antibodies, they are done by having a gold nanoparticle. Now, if you change the gold particle for rhenium, that could be an idea, yes? So having done this, we thought that the synthesis had to be cheap and green. Of course, everything has to be green today. So what more greener than ascorbic acid, and sodium is necessary for the reaction. Finally, here, first experiment here, we had first nanoparticles with 1 nanometers, approximately 10 nanometers, and several sizes. We've tried to have greater concentrations so we can have a bulk of nanoparticles with different work with different concentrations or rhenium, ascorbic acid, body drink sodium. So we've tried to optimize here in order to have a certain number of nanoparticles sufficiently high such that we can have a process which is industrial in nature. So, and we think that we've done this, managed to do this. We've developed a system and we've patented as a system, and we've done all types of things to have a patent which goes together with analysis, such we can obtain a patent for this green synthesis of rhenium nanoparticles. Finally, what we were interested also is to have nanoparticles on a carbonium tube. So we've added to the synthesis that we said earlier, we added nanoparticles of carbon. Finally, we're doing a batch where we have a tube, and inside the tube which might magnified always with defects, and so these nanoparticles or the first atoms may find a site where they can isolate and form and grow within this. Finally, by changing conditions, which I cannot comment too much, given the stage of the project, we managed to synthesize our carbonium nanotube, sticking inside rhenium nanoparticles of size 1 to 2 nanometers. Now our focus is to continue with this synthesis and also to insert the structure of the synthesis so we can have that within a simulation and simulate the several reactions as they occur. This is reaction of oxygen, addition, reduction, growth. So here's the process that there's the nanotube here, which has certain defects in it. We form a nucleation, additions of first atoms of radium, then there's a growth of the nanoparticles, given the reduction of rhenium is a nucleation with other atoms. So finally we have our working plan here where we produced all the different steps and so simple that we can do different stages, such we can use a catalyzer, final catalyzer. On the other hand, it's not advanced chemistry, it's just school's chemistry, a high temperature 25 degrees. Most of the process are 25 degrees C. Finally, the final focus is to study the performance of rhenium nanoparticles for several associations, reactions with the production of hydrogen, and the system. You know the system. This is nanotubes, the nanoparticles inserted on nanotubes. The size is around a nanometer, as said earlier. And here we've done destruction of Direct, where we have here nanoparticles that we have is zero size. We've done several experiments. I won't present them because they're kind of misleading, some of these results. We found results which are not always the same. So depending on the moment the particle is created, the experimental situation found. So we need to research this further in order to provide a good spectrum GPS, which we can do well. Finally, the problem that we have here is Rhenium 6 and Rhenium 6, Rhenium 4. What depends? We don't have clarity on that. Things the other researchers also don't have. Unfortunately, here all the nanoparticles here also are it's a bit complex in the sense that we have several peaks here. We can oxidize the nanoparticle here, form oxides or nanoparticle. This oxidose we'll be interested to study with different techniques, but we haven't reached this point. As you can see, we can see Boltius here as a peak here with a nanoparticle. This is where we have the reduction of oxygen. Taking this, the oxygen reduction, perhaps we have a good catalyzer for the reduction of oxygen. Quite good. Finally, the results indicate that we have good reduction, good catalyzer of oxygens up to peroxide. Finally, the reduction of oxygen to nanoparticles produces water as expected, which would have to have a fuel cell to produce peroxide. Now, to produce peroxide is not something bad. If you can use 100% peroxide, as this case, given this production, this is something good because peroxide has its commercial value. So we can do a technological development of this catalyzer where we want to build a device where we produce peroxide at the laboratory, at the hospital corridors. We can produce liters of peroxide, so it would be very good to be able to provide a device which produces peroxides at pH 7. So by working at pH 7 or pH 13, and also if it falls, the device is a liquid which is pH 7 or pH 13, we're evaluating what pH to do the device is to complete the device, that it produces peroxide and could be stored duly stored in the corridor. The second patent that we've had this on this, so the other catalyzer is based on radium and radium nanoparticles for the reduction of peroxide in work environments. As commented, we have 100% production of peroxide due in the reduction of oxygen for a catalyzed based on radium. All the electrons that are here and rhenium as a catalyzer end up producing peroxide. That is not very common, but we have cobalt or if we have graphite, this reduction is always at 2 electrons, meaning that half production of peroxide, half of the production is water. So to have important peroxide production is something which is very important to achieve. Also, we've assessed the catalyzer for hydrogen evolution. We've had results which are comparable, a bit, perhaps a bit worse. So conditions was that nanoparticles or rhenium has to be elaborated, has to be modified, has for it to be a good catalyzer for the production of hydrogen. I think this is more like an alloy than that, because that would be more make more sense. Finally, we think of rhenium as bifunctional. This is the gap that we have, or the difference in potentials between reduction and evolution of. See, the difference is quite high, higher than other catalyzers based on iron. So the great application that we're seeing now is the production of oxygen to produce peroxide. So, as a conclusion, we have the synthesis proposed to produce rhenium nanoparticles could be used in a nanoparticle produced through the nanometer. The performance here of a hydrogen evolution reaction is comparable to what is said in literature, that more than 100 millivolts to respect to platinum. So it's not a catalyzer which is too bad for the evolution of hydrogen on its own. Electrocatalyzer based on rhenium, based on reduction peroxide oxygen, which is interesting in itself. And the synthesis of nanoparticles of rhenium is interesting for the manufacture of catalyzers, but also for the production of nanomedicines, nanosensors, and aleations of that. Finally, we saw an applications of, in the previous presentations with Tamara, we saw nanomedicines. These are the applications that we can think of, and we're interested in these types of applications that I showed, and I think we could produce aleations in the future, near future, through pyrolysis. And so thank you to who pays the bills here, mainly. So thank you to Molymet and for giving us Rhenium. It's a good support. So thank you. Thank you for organizing this seminar, which brings us together, allows us to develop what it is that we're doing together. A little bit of propaganda here, with covers that we had. Finally, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Federico. Any questions? Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. The samples that you received were metallic radium, both metals. The ones I showed in the beginning, metal radium. A lot of curiosity to know the percentage of nanoparticles that you had in the sample. I couldn't really say. Any other questions? Why carbon nanotubes or no other support based on another kind of support, carbon support, more economical, thinking of industrial applications? Yes, Kaiser carbon perhaps more economical, but the porosity resistance to the corrosion, carbonium nanotubes had other materials don't have that, but a graphite that has a porosity, greater porosity in order to be able to support greater. Yes, we did think of that, but given the experience, personal experience, there's nothing that's akin to carbon nanotubes. Given the surface is always bigger than a carbonium tube, greater than kg in black and carbon bulk, and this is reflected in the end. So the best catalysis is produced with carbonium tubes. Any other questions? So Mario Lama, please come over to this scenario so that you give us a gift to our presenter. Thank you. Thank you. And after this fascination presentation given these experts of Rhenium and the technologies associated, who've shared valuable knowledge in the multiple applications that Rhenium may have in the future sustainable development of new technologies. To close, we have the pleasure of Gonzalo Bascuñán presence, Vice President of Development in Molymet. Mr. Bascuñán has carried out a key work in expansion of Rhenium in global markets and has strategic alliances of the company. Please, a warm welcome to Gonzalo, who is going to give us closing remarks. Hello, good afternoon. Before finishing the seminar, I want to thank to each one of you for being with us in this day, collaborating and learning of learnings, and a unique opportunity to reflect on the properties of Rhenium and its strategic role in the transition towards a more sustainable world. In Molymet, we firmly believe in the capacity to transform industries, and this is what we want to do. That in order to, in the start of the seminar, we've seen how Rhenium can contribute to environmental challenges to define this subject, particularly in this regard. My objective is clear and ambitious. We want to be the first company to be based in Rhenium for the industry, for green hydrogen in industry. Not only a milestone in our history, but also new possibilities for the sector, who is going to be a fundamental pillar in the decarbonization of the economy. This cannot be done on its own. In Molymet, we have a long-range vision to build a robust ecosystem dedicated to green hydrogen industry. We believe that this is a key to develop this, and we want to be an engine that promotes innovation and sustainability in this value chain. This focus is not casual, it's a focus of our values. Sustainability, innovation, each step that we make is aligned with the responsibility to create a personal impact on the environment, and want to highlight all expositors whose presentations have inspired us to explore new frontiers. Also thank all those present for their presentation and enthusiasm, which are essential for them to come, for that we can generate a real impact. Today we close the seminarium clearly because radium is not a unique metal and symbol when we communicate science and technology. Please continue connected, continue sharing ideas, and to continue working such that the advances we've seen today become realities in the future. Thank you for your time, for your energy, and your commitment. Now I want to invite you to come to a environment, a research and development building to share a little cocktail. Before we finish, I want to thank the team who was behind the organization, Tamara, Ario, Ricardo, who went to the other building to receive you, because within the effort of them and the call into each one of you, personal call, it will be more complex to have the participation of all of you. So thank you very much. Thank you, Gonzalo. He stole my words. And we thank everybody for your presence, also everybody who's connected by streaming. Thank you for your presence. And we'll continue as we know in Instagram and LinkedIn, such that we are up to date with any news of 100 years of Rhenium and 50 years of Molymet. Thank you for your presence, and we'll be together in the next opportunity. As Gonzalo said, please come over to the building of Research and Development building.